dry weather, wet weather, in between weather? Dry or wet, but not with it in between. That's what I'm calling. Good luck to the rest. Thank you. And let's have a quick word here with our final driver.
Hello everyone, and a very warm welcome to Thruxton Race Circuit for some of the fastest racing in the UK this weekend, and I'm pleased to say that I am joined by Pointy, the great, the wonderful man himself. How are you feeling this weekend?
I'm feeling absolutely fantastic. Hi Mum. We've had some interesting weather. It has been absolutely torrential rain all evening. However, the ground seems to be dried up quite quickly with this wind. Unfortunate news for Stuart Oliver though, starting the weekend and testing earlier on. His engine locked up. Bits of inside metal turned into bits of outside metal, and he was sent to hospital, but we do believe he's on the mend now.
And that's what we're most interested in, is that he's okay, he's on the mend, and we will see him again at some point this season. Now, we've got hatchbacks, we've got coupes, we've got saloons, we've got the future of racing, we've got racing veterans here this weekend. Pointy, just what can people expect?
I mean, there is a multi-class championship this weekend. There are so many different races. Unlike a lot of weekends, this is one of the convoy events that the BTRC put on 3 times a year. We've got lots of stuff on and off circuit to do. We've got live music later on. But of course, we're all...
That's not you, is it? It's going to be someone else.
No, certainly someone that's professional, someone that can actually sing, yeah. They'll be on the stage later on today. But we've got plenty of racing, slightly amended timetable, so just keep your eyes open on the details on the screen. But yeah, we're starting off, I believe, with these guys here. Tell us about what's going on behind us.
Well, the Track Action Racing Club are about to get underway. Pointy, I'm going to let you go and chill out somewhere, get a coffee, get some hot dogs.
I'm going to have a sandwich. Bye, everyone. Good luck racing.
Thank you, Pointy. I always have fun, Pointy, especially with you. But I'm actually going to drag John across the assembly area now, because as I've already said, Track Action Racing are about to go racing here. Race 1 here at Thruxton. And John, we've got to hot foot it. We've actually got to go slightly quicker. We've got to get all the way to the corner in order to find our pole sitter for this race. And actually, interesting fact for you as we're making our way down there, the difference between pole and fourth was a measly 0.7 seconds. So there's not much separating the top contenders here this weekend. And that's what makes it all the more interesting. Can we just nip in here, have a quick word with Charlotte? I'm so sorry, squeezing in. Here we go. Don't knock the car. Hello, Charlotte, how are you?
I'm okay, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. First person that's asked me that today. Take notes, John. How are you feeling ahead of this race? Pole position is obviously the most ideal place to be, so that must fill you with some confidence.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I wasn't really expecting pole because I've not done much testing in this car around here. I've done plenty of laps, but obviously not here in this car. So yeah, I mean, we've just got to get a good start, get it off the line, which isn't the easiest things to do in these Civics, but we'll give it a best go and see how we go.
Let's talk about this Civic a little bit, because this is one of the UK's fastest circuits at club level. What's this car like to drive around this track?
It's good. You know, you've got to be a little bit brave. It feels sort of a little bit nervous through the high speed stuff. It just feels a little bit twitchy, but you know, front wheel drive, just keep your foot in and it'll sort itself out.
Keep the foot down, that's what we like to hear. Keep it going. Well, best of luck, Charlotte. Let's head over to the person who's lining up alongside you in this gorgeous Scirocco. That's already had a few championship... Oh no, doors closed, doors open. I can squeeze through. It's lovely to see how friendly these guys are, John. Paul, how are you, mate?
All right, mate. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Front row, race 1 of the weekend. That must fill you with a lot of confidence.
It's just the weather that's going to be the issue, I think. We on the way down to the Paddock, the Olding area, it started to rain, so as you know, so we've gone with an intermediate tyre. And I've just seen Charlotte pull up and she's on dry, so I'm hoping it rains again, really.
Hoping for a bit of rain. Well, I'll try and do a rain dance for you in the paddock as I'm going around. What else can you tell us about this track? Because as people can kind of see from my hair, it's very, very windy out here today. Is that playing havoc with the cars through those fast corners?
It can unsettle them a little bit, but it's a ballsy circuit anyway, isn't it, round the back? So I think, you've just got to be brave.
And what are you going to do on lap 1? Give us an insight. Second, pole sitter right alongside you. You're going to try and pin it into turn 1?
Well, we'll see how it unfolds. I'd be quite happy to sit behind her for a few laps and try and keep some pressure on and then make a move later on.
Excellent, Paul. Well, best of luck. Enjoy the racing. Let's see who else we can get a hold with here as well. We're going straight to 4th into Charlie Constable, also in a very smart Scirocco as well. Can we squeeze in here with Charlie? Hello. Oh. Goodness me, Charlie, that was a heavy door and a half. How are you today, sir?
Good. I'm good.
Good. Feeling confident ahead of the race?
Yeah, I mean, quali went quite well. The car was better than it was last time out, so yeah, it's looking better.
And tell us a little bit about this car that you're currently sat in. Have you done many miles in it? Is it a relatively new build?
No, it was built at the end of last year for a new track attack section in the championship called Scirocco Storm, but we've had quite a few issues with it so far, but it's got much better since brands.
Well, I won't interrupt your mojo and your concentration too much, but tell me one thing that people at home should keep their eyes on with this circuit.
Well, the round the back, mega fast round the back.
Mega fast round the back. Thank you, Charlie. Best of luck to you, sir. Let's see who else we can find, John. Let's have a look at some of these open top cars, like this wonderful Mazda here that John Hallowell's driving. John, you're possibly in the scariest balaclava of the weekend so far, but you're not in the scariest of positions. You're right up towards the front. How are you feeling?
A little bit nervous. I just need to get a good start, I think, and then we'll just see how we go.
Talk to me a little bit about this Union Jack MX-5. Have you taken inspiration from Austin Powers, or was there someone else that inspired it?
No, this was set up when we were running the Max 5 Championship, so I've had this car for about 15 years now. So yeah, it's been a good old tool, and it's like an old pair of slippers. It's just it's just right.
I was about to say that you must feel really comfortable driving this car, especially at a circuit as fast and as dangerous as this, really.
Well, I don't know whether I'm that comfortable trying to drive it as fast as it'll go, but I will drive it as fast as I possibly can.
It's all about the enjoyment, isn't it, at the end of the day?
It is indeed, yes.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you. Have a good race. Possibly my most favourite livery so far. We have got a car who's about to run me over, so I've just moved out of there for a second. Let's just take a look at it coming in, John, because that is quite special. Quite special indeed. Ricky Abel in that beautiful Nissan 370Z. I mean, just take a look at it. Admire it. Soak it all in. It's not every day that you see those racing any circuits across Europe, let alone here in the UK. So fantastic to see something like that here. Ricky, of course, starting from 7th. Qualified with a time of 1:33.8. So a little bit off with the pole time of 1:29 dead by Charlotte Birch. But certainly not out of the running, because it has been a damp morning at this Thruxton circuit. Let's hop across, John, to another contender, another car. Let's just hop across here to William Hornsey. I'm sorry, William, but you've left your door open, so you're vulnerable to this. Yeah. How are you feeling ahead of the race?
A bit nervous. First time here in Thruxton, so I'm quite happy to finish, qualify 8th on my first go with some quite fast cars around me. But I just want to get stuck in, avoid all the trouble, and try and learn something for race 2. Maybe go a bit faster.
Well, tell me a little bit more about what your first experience here at Thruxton has been like. Have you enjoyed it?
Very much so, but it requires large concentration and even larger things.
And can you tell us something quickly about this lovely little Peugeot that you're sat in before you go out?
Yeah, I actually bought this new from the factory, so it's a one-owner car.
Bought it from new, turned into a racer. Well, I'll let you go. I'll let you enjoy the racing, William. And I'm just going to back away, John. I'm going to get out of the way because everyone's starting up their engine. Ricky's being held. So the 370Z isn't heading out onto the track with everyone else. There goes the number 25 of Matt Anderson. There's another stunner, the BMW, the number 15, run by Ben Algar. That's another one to keep your eyes on. And here we have the remainder of the contenders. And Pointy wanted to have a word with Stephen Rigby in his MX-5 because his ones aren't level on the side. So there's an interesting fact to keep your eyes on as they go around the circuit. But now the cars are out of the assembly area, there is nothing else for me to do except hand over to Ewan Dunlop, who's going to take you through the action.
Well, thank you very much, James, and a good afternoon and welcome back to BARC TV this weekend, coming to you live from Thruxton Race Circuit in Hampshire. 2.356 miles of possibly the fastest asphalt in the UK. Headlining this weekend are the big rigs for round 3 of their British Truck Racing Championship. Also on the programme, we'll enjoy the Coupes, the Minis, the Pickups, the Junior Saloons, the MG Owners Club, and starting things off, the Track Action Racing Club. 20 races in total across 2 days. I am Ewan Dunlop, and on the ground is James Roberts. So great to speak to a few of our drivers first thing this morning. And news to bring you really early doors. Unfortunately, Stuart Oliver having an accident in practice for the British Truck Racing Championship. He will not be racing this weekend, we believe. We wish him the best of health. He's had to nip off to hospital. A little bit painful accident this morning, which means the British Truck Racing, which is our second race of the day, although we'll get onto the timetable in a moment. It's changed about 5 times already in the last 24 hours, but they will be racing. There's no qualifying for them, so they will be racing in championship order for races 1 and 2. And tomorrow for their races 3, 4 and 5, they will be reverse grid as a result of the first couple and 3 races. But great to speak to a few of the drivers in the Track Action Racing Club. They have got a couple of races this weekend. In fact, no, they've got 2 today. 2 races today for the Track Action Racing Club, and the MG owners aforementioned, they'll be with us tomorrow. So let's have a look at the grid. A couple of the drivers we've spoken to, Charlotte Birch and Paul Roddison. Roddison already a multiple-time winner this year and several series under his belt. Row number 2, Gareth Porter in the Peugeot 205, and the Scirocco of Charlie Constable. On row 3, Adam Harding in the Saxo, John Hallowell in the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV, Ricky Abel on row 4 with William Hornsey in their Nissan 370Z. That was beautiful, wasn't it? And the Peugeot 106 on row number 5. Lee Hollin, Mazda MX-5, and David Clark in the Renault 5 GT Turbo. 1:29.02. Charlotte Birch's fastest time from qualifying, got her on the front row with Roddison 38 hundredths of a second behind. There are plenty of competitors in this championship. Row number 6 is, oh, look at all these Peugeots now. Andrew Mitchell and Matt Anderson on row number 6, both in the 206 GTIs. That will be the way, the story of the Peugeot racing. Paul Rice alongside Stephen Fletcher on row number 7. Row 8, Ben Algar and Noah Checkley. Algar in the BMW Compact. Row 9, back to the Peugeots, Jake Richardson and David Wedden. And on row number 10, Mac McCarthy and Harley Connolly, also in the 206 GTIs. And to close things off, the last couple of rows, the Mazda MX-5, handled by Stephen Rigby. Another 206 GTI for Jacob Baldry. Peugeot 205 GTI for Adam Croft. And a Renault Clio for Joel Daniels. That is row number 12. The Track Action Racing Club. I think you got the gist of it there on the grid. This is made up of several classes, and we will go through them as the race goes on. Pretty much any tin top in the entire country, from any country, is able to race in the Track Action Racing Club. It is a fantastic series, built to be budget friendly. Look at this already. That is, of course, Charlotte Birch going toe-to-toe with Paul Roddison. And this is we've started this one fairly quickly. We went through the grid. They've already had their warm-up lap, so we are racing, folks. And to bring you up to speed then, on the championships that are taking part in this, when you see the grid or the results starting to filter through after the first lap on the left-hand side, you will see plenty of colours. There is, first of all, the Britannia Marks Cup. That's a new for 2022, so only a couple of years into this series, for British manufactured racing cars, including the Rovers, MGs, Mini Classics, Triumphs, Vauxhalls, Lotus, GT Cup cars, G40s, GT5 and more. You've also got the Deutsche Mark Cup. You can see where this is going, can't you? That's for the Audis, BMWs, Mercedes, Porsche and VWs. The only limitations are blue book listed tyres. and awards are given for every single manufacturer. There's also the French battle, so the French manufactured cars. You've got the 206 GTI specific racing. We saw loads of 206 GTIs in that grid, didn't we? And finally, the Nippon Challenge for our Japanese cars, or Asian cars, in competitive but an affordable environment. So we are one lap through this 15-minute race. As we know, this is the fastest race circuit in the UK, and you will see things start to spread out. You can see that on the top left-hand side of the first 6 races. First 7, 5 of them are leading their category. So this is, I can't deny, a tough one to call whilst commentating. So we will simply look through the entire field and just enjoy the head-to-head battles as we've got right here. And there's Scirocco heading a Peugeot 206. There has also got to mention, although the track looks fairly dry here, trust me, it has been incredibly wet this morning in starts and fits. Plenty of heavy showers. So track conditions, we saw or heard from Paul Roderson. He pulled up in his wet tyres, looked to his left-hand side, and Charlotte there was in the slicks. So this could be, I mean, in 15 minutes racing, you have not got time, of course, to go and change your tyres. So that might play absolutely pivotal in today's racing. So over the start-finish line once again. And we will continue to look through the entire field. In the 333, that is Adam Harding in the Citroën Saxo. Currently in 5th place, heading his category though. And in fact, there's only 2 Saxos on the grid today. Number 31, and it's William Hornsey. Actually, I wanted 6 for William Hornsey. We'll try and get our heads around all of these championships. Ewan Dunlop, of course, standing in for Dave Goddard, the British Motorsport Encyclopedia. Dave can't make it this weekend, so you've got the stand-ins, me in commentary, and James Roberts, who is a, must say, fantastic presenter, stepping in for Parc Fermé, the grids, and the Paddock throughout the entire weekend. You might recognise James. Joined us at Donington earlier on in the season. Now, if you are tuning in and you're wondering, hang on a second, this isn't the race I expected to see in the schedule, there have been several changes, particularly with the truck incident this morning, which sent Stuart Oliver sadly to hospital, but I understand he is absolutely okay, just in a little bit of pain. It did push things back a bit. One of the barriers needed to be replaced, which of course we cannot go racing. Safety is paramount at every single racetrack in the UK and across the world, so we had to get that fixed. Took a little bit of time, so the trucks will not be qualifying. They'll go straight into racing, which on my paperwork, which I'm going to take as wrong, is down for 140, and that will not be the case, I believe, because we're meant to have a 45-minute lunch break after our opening race. So I, at the moment, know as much as you, but I'll try and get some information fed through to me. So here's a nice little battle of 6 or 7 cars, and again the field will spread out when you've got Peugeots, Sciroccos, the Nissans in there. It will be a pretty hectic field to watch. And here's our top 2 though, still going nose to tail. Charlotte Birch holding off Paul Roderson. If you looked in the programme this morning for this weekend, which I must say as well is convoy on the plane, but we'll come on to that. It's not just motorsport this weekend at Thruxton. Paul Roderson, he has enjoyed success across a number of categories in UK motorsport, and is a multiple race winner already this year. So Charlotte Birch does have her work cut out, but she is doing valiantly right now. And to be honest, holding off Paul Ruddison by, well, that's the biggest gap we've seen so far in the opening half of this race. And if you were to look at the programme, if you're looking for people to watch today, of course, with so many categories, there's people to watch in every single category. So when I was reading and sort of doing my due diligence with my notes earlier, I was trying to mark off some names that we know the ones to watch, but a few more names. Pretty much every single racer's name is listed in the Keep Your Eye On XYZ. And now you can see the top 4 all winning their categories as things stand. So although, yes, we absolutely will enjoy Birch and Ruddison racing one another, they are both going to be category winners as things stand. And a 4.88 second lead over Porter in the car 46. He's in one of the Peugeot 205 GTIs. A little bit further back, already mentioned Adam Harding in the Citroën Saxo, head of his category. And in fact, of the top 9 drivers, 8 winning their categories right now. Oh, someone get that flag out of the way. There we go, that's a bit better. Ice creams in this weather. It is a joy to see so many varying cars doing battle against each other. You will see a lot of Saxos later as we have the Junior Saloon Car Championship there, Thruxton round. There are 3 races across the weekend. That's the youngsters in identical Citroën Saxos. So still less than 1 second between our top 2 on track. Has Ruddison got through? Takes the outside line. No, we can't. Charlotte Birch covering on the switchback, maybe. No, not this time. And that is, in fact, right in front of my commentary position today, which is just at M Club before the start-finish straight in Allard. And other than Club and the Campbell-Cobb sector, this circuit in the UK is pretty much flat out. That's Campbell and Cobb. The right, then the left-hander. Then go round Seagrave, Noble, and the big Goodwood, long right-hander. It is quite a unique circuit. If you look at it on a map of the circuit, there's no hairpins. It's a bit like a lumpy potato, is how I describe it, if you were to give it an outline. But what it means for spectators is about 85% foot down to the floor, pure racing and adrenaline. Now, it's not just convoy on the plane or track action or British truck racing that enjoys visits to Thruxton. Also hosted events such as the British Touring Car Championship, British GT Championship, British Formula 1 Championship, Formula 3 and the GB3s. It is known as, in bracket, or inverted commas, the fastest circuit in the UK, where drivers, maybe not in this series, but they can reach speeds, if you're in the right vehicle, of 190 miles per hour. Damon Hill, in fact, in a Formula 1 Williams, has an average speed around this circuit, average speed of 147 miles an hour in 1993. And Thruxton, famously the headquarters of the BARC as well. So not far for the staff of BARC to travel for this event, hopefully. This is their view from the office, 365 days a year. 0.44 now between Birch and Ruddison. and no change in your top 9 as things stand. Also a shout out at the bottom of your timing screen there, but in the car number 86, that is David Clark. He's in the Renault 5 GT Turbo. He is winning his class, sadly the only car in his class, so if you've got a Renault 5 GT Turbo or similar, the Track Action Racing Club is one of the most affordable you can be a part of on the UK scene. And he's one of only 2 drivers, David Clark, to have a team name sponsor. He's the Oriental Dine at Home Oriental Club sponsored Renault GT Turbo, to give it its full name. And the only other sponsored car is the number 11, the David Wedden Peugeot 206 GTI. Its full name is the So Sweet and Scrumptious Gretna Green Peugeot 206 GTI. I'm not saying that every time David Wedden comes onto your screen. Birch and Roddison, less than 1 second and just over 2 minutes to race. Now they're just going round the back markers, which will give Charlotte Birch a bit of a chance just to gain an extra second maybe, and that could be all it takes. Although we're going to get 2 more laps in here, so once the clock goes down to 0, they'll finish the lap that they're on. And there is Charlotte Birch. It has been, at the moment, almost a gun-to-tape victory, but Roddison will absolutely not give this one up just yet. They are just coming round the club chicane. They'll go over the start-finish line, and they will get, potentially, will they get 2 laps in here? Let's have a little look. More back markers. This will play into the hands of Paul Roddison. So they've got Saxos and GTIs to navigate. Just over 2 miles this circuit, and every single driver doing their duty and just pulling to the side as the leaders come through. They will see the blue flags from our stewards. The blue flag to move out the way, please. Faster car coming through. So let's keep our eyes on this one right to the end then. Charlotte Birch, Paul Roddison. This has been the race of the race. They have not been separated by more than 1 second for the entire 15 minutes of this race. And the question is, will they need to go round one more time? Seems to be back markers out the way, so they can't just go freestyling now. Incredibly well matched, these 2 cars. And they will they cross the finish line? Will they go round one more time? It's going to be so close. The flag is not out. They'll cross the line with a second to go, and Paul Roddison will get 2.3 more miles to achieve something he's not managed yet, and that is to get ahead of Charlotte Birch. Or will she take the win in the first race of the weekend? About 90 seconds to find out. Charlotte Birch in the Honda Civic, and Paul Roddison in the VW Scirocco, and she's put out a little bit of a gap here. Now, these cars, of course, they will handle slightly differently. Some will have the advantage in the corner, some will have the advantage on the straight, but they are so finely matched, aren't they? The long right-hander, there's a few of these. Goodwood, Village, Church, and then after Club, the big long righter round to Allard. It's 0.21 of a second the last time they crossed. It looks even closer than that now. Roddison moves out wide. Can he get it at the club chicane? Oh, he gets in front. Oh, he's left it to the very last corner. They'll come through Club, the right and the left-hander. He's going to steal a victory from the palm of Charlotte Birch. Oh my word! A thrilling finish as they cross the line, separated by 0.2 of a second, and Roddison does the dirty on the last corner. Oh, Charlotte Birch, she'll get a category win. She'll be absolutely devastated though. And the remainder, Porter takes the win, Harding takes a win. And they come over in groups now. Oh, I can't believe it. 0.33 the official difference. The top four, all category winners. But Paul Roddison, after 15 minutes of racing, left it to the final chicane. And that is motorsport for you. You can't take your eyes off anything. Well, James, oh no! What's happened there? Oh, absolutely devastating finish. That is Ricky Abel in the Nissan 370Z. Oh, I could shed a tear for that one. Let's hope. They've got a second race later on today, scheduled for around about 4:30. And we hope, I kind of hope, not for his sake, but I hope we've got a little replay and see what happened there. Here's the official results though. Paul Roddison somehow finishing ahead of Charlotte Birch. The Scirocco Civic battle, 0.33 of a second between them in the end. There was barely that in the entire race. Gareth Porter in the Peugeot 205 wins his category. Adam Harding in the Citroën Saxo likewise, 12 and 15 seconds behind our race leaders on track. Charlie Constable, fifth overall, second in category behind Paul Roddison. John Halliwell wins the Battle of the Mazda MX-5s in his Mark IV. Ricky Abel wins the Nissan 370Z. So Ricky Abel crossed the finish line and then had the accident. What happened there? Lee Hollin, Mazda MX-5 winner. Ben Algar in the BMW Compact winner in the car number 15. William Hornsey second in class in the Peugeot 106. And then the race for the 206 GTIs. Andrew Mitchell ahead of Matt Anderson, Matt McCarthy and Stephen Fletcher. See there, Charlotte Birch getting the fastest lap, 1:28.17 set on lap number 8, quite near the finish that one. Plenty more cars in this race. However, we'll catch up with those later, and we will head down to James Roberts in Parc Ferme. I hope he gets a chat with Birch and Roddison. What happened there on the final lap? Let's see in just a moment.
Well, what a fantastic race we've just had here at Thruxton to begin our action on our live streams here. And I'm going to have a word with the race winner, Paul Roddison, as you adjust your first place finishers cap. We're going to be ushered out of the way because there's another car coming. Don't get run over, John. Try not to anyway. I need you this weekend. Paul, fantastic fun out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, real good fun. There was places where she was a lot quicker than me, and I was quicker through church. I knew we were getting late on and I'd got to try and get a good run through church, and I managed it on that last lap.
Those intermediate tyres seem to work out for you as well. How is the evolution of the track going at the moment?
The track's brilliant, I think. These tyres were screaming, please give in. You know, I was struggling towards the end with the tyres, to be fair. But yeah, cracking race.
And this wind not actually playing that much havoc?
No. It unsettles the car a little bit, but it's what you expect at Thruxton because it's big, wide and open. So yeah, it's just been brave through church.
Would brave be the one word that you'll give yourself for the next race as well then, or is there another word you have in mind?
There's still potential.
Potential, I like it, Paul. Well, enjoy the rest of the weekend, enjoy the rest of the racing. I'm going to come in and find Charlotte Birch. Sorry, Charlotte, sorry everyone. Just getting in the way of all of your chin wags, so sorry. Charlotte, great race, fantastic action for us to watch and get our stream kicked off with. How was it for yourself?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, I got a good start. I had a bit of wheel spin off the start, but yeah, Paul was giving me some grief first lap. But yeah, sort of led most of the race. In that last lap, Paul just got the better run out of church, and he was ahead for the braking into the chicane. So yeah, but.
Well, I mean, it was fantastic to watch. And look, racing drivers really, they have an eye for the small details. And Paul pointed out to me that you were running a drier compound going into this race. You obviously backed the weather, even though there's a million grey clouds above us. Was that your decision? Was it a late decision?
We kind of just left it as it was from qualifying. I mean, the track's such a grippy track anyway. So I thought even with a little bit of rain, we'll still be there or thereabouts. So yeah, I kind of just gambled with the dry setup, and it paid off. So.
And what's your biggest lesson from this race now going into the rest of the weekend? Because I know you'll be happy with a podium, but you'd be happier if your caps head first.
Yeah, I mean it's a hard one to take when you lead a race, nearly lights the flag, and then literally last corner of the last lap. It's a bit gutting, but yeah, we'll just sort of roast me up a little bit more, and next race hopefully will be my race.
Well, look, take all the confidence from this race, bottle up and take it into the next one. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, Charlotte. Let's see if third place is hiding here somewhere, John. I'm not sure where they've run off to, but I'm looking for Gareth. Gareth! Look at you just strolling around the car as if you've just not done anything. But you've actually finished on the podium in the first race of the weekend. You must be on cloud 11 right now?
Yeah, it was really good, really enjoyed it. It's hard work, it's a hard car to muscle round, but fantastic. Just wish I could get it off the line, that's all. It's
a very demanding circuit, isn't it, Thruxton? I mean, we're hitting speeds that you wouldn't hit any other sort of club sport track, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I love it because the corners are so fast, it's fantastic. Yeah.
And what was it like racing alongside all your other competitors? I mean, we're still in such an early part of the season, but you all come off with massive smiles on your face, so it must be a lot of fun.
It is great fun. I just got to try and get it off the line next time. Fingers crossed. Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Well, enjoy the rest of the weekend. Let's see who else we can find that's walking around here in Parc Fermé. I'm looking maybe for Adam Harding, who's finished in the 333 car. Where's Adam? Adam, he's waving at me. Do you know what? I love when drivers do that. It means they're not hiding. Adam, congratulations, finishing right towards the top end of the grid. How are you feeling after the first race?
Knackered.
Knackered.
Round the back end of the track through church and whatever. I had the car sideways all the way around. Because I saw Charlie behind me, I was trying to keep him off of me. Obviously we used to race together in juniors, so I wanted to try and catch up to Gareth as well, so it's fighting for my life.
Wow, so the track hasn't really evolved as much as maybe others would have expected. I mean, obviously very wet this morning, an incident as well which delayed the day from happening, so there will be debris on the track as well, so it's causing a bit of havoc really.
No, you don't notice too much of it out on the track, obviously.
Now hang on, you can't say that you're going sideways and then tell me it's absolutely fine. That's not how this works.
That's just the car being a monster. I know normally when we race with the trucks, obviously they throw down a load of water and debris and oil and stuff, but I don't really notice too much of it out there. I just sort of try to get on with it, try to go as fast as I can.
Well, listen, mate, enjoy the rest of the weekend. I'm sure the car will start behaving for you eventually. It always happens.
I've tamed it.
You've tamed it. Well, we're going to enjoy the rest of the racing weekend here from Thruxton, because if that race was anything to go by, the rest of the racing action should be just as much fun. So make sure you stick around with us, because there's plenty more action where that came from.
Thank you, James. Great to get some voices from the action in race number 1. Next up is the British Truck Racing Championship, their first race of 5 this weekend. Now in the schedule we do have a lunch break now, but I believe that may have been dropped, so we are literally learning as we go along this morning. So coming up next will be the British Truck Racing Championship. They've got the pickup trucks, the junior saloons, OT Publishing coupe cars with the Toyo tyres, British Truck Racing again their second of the weekend, Track Action of their second and final race of the weekend, and then the Mini Challenger Club Sport, their first of the weekend, is the last race of the day. So as we head into a lunch break and try and work out our schedule, I will leave you with some images right now of Thruxton.
Yeah, I believe so. I just heard that on ours.
please.
Yeah.
So here we are then with reigning champion and currently first position in the 2024 leaderboard, Ryan Smith, with a very snazzy new hairstyle.
Yeah, it was meant to be silver, turned out a bit more blonde, but, you know, it is what it is, and we'll assess it on Monday.
I kind of like it. I mean, it does actually suit you. It certainly looks very Ibiza, if you don't mind me saying.
I'm the English Eminem, aren't I?
Yeah. And guess who's back again? Ryan Smith at Thruxton.
Very catchy, yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, we thought we'd try a bit of a different hairstyle. First and foremost, I'd just like to get on record. we didn't realise at the time that Stuart had an engine problem which had caused him to go into the barrier.
Bits of inside the engine turned into bits of outside the engine, as I like to say to the viewers at home, which is quite well. He's ended up in hospital, hasn't he? Let's be honest. I think he's fine though.
I just hope it's, and best wishes to Stuart, quick recovery, and hopefully getting back on track soon, and to Michael and the family as well. So yeah, it's a shame. He's had rotten luck this year, but he's a fighter and is not the 11 times champion for nothing.
Well, this is very true. Speaking of your championship, though, some mixed results we had at Pembury, back at Thruxton. Now, have we made any changes in setup? Have you found any niggles that you wanted to iron out?
Not really. We found a few issues with the fuel, which was affecting the injectors. So we had the injectors. We've just programmed them a little different. Nothing really on setup. The other guys have upped the game. You know, we went out in free practice. We were fastest in free practice. The weather, by the way, I had no sleep last night.
It was terrible, wasn't it?
The weather, honestly, I thought we was in a tropical rainfall.
I thought it was going to come through the tin roof of my van, honestly. I was like, I'm going to get wet tonight. I can feel it already.
It was unbelievable. I was up at 1, up at 2, up at half 2, 3 o'clock, and thought, you know, this is going to be fun today. But all of a sudden, Thruxton, wind up a little bit, and it's dry. But, you know, look, there's going to be good competitors out there. Competitors out there. It's going to be all there to race for, and I think there'll be a good spectacle.
Yeah, fingers crossed. They always do claim it as the fastest circuit in the year. I mean, I call it the big circle, really. And the hairpin is what's to play for, though, because we've seen some serious bumps there in the past.
Look, you just keep your fingers crossed that you don't get a fault with the truck here, because if it goes wrong here, it's no joke. I think, you know, we've seen it with Neil Yates last year. We've seen it the year before with Tom. Thankfully, no crowd there. This circuit is the giant of them all. And I think the average speed is 89 mile an hour. For a race truck at 89 mile an hour average speed is pretty quick. So look, we want to finish races, we want to win races, but I think for everyone, especially what's happened to Stuart this morning, safety is key for all.
It's been a stark reminder of what we had last year and actually the possibilities of it happening again.
Yeah, and I think as drivers we need that, and it needs to be reciprocated to the fans as well, that this motorsport can be dangerous, and you know, these things are quicker than a Porsche 911 turbo. They're 5 ton, they're not a toy, they're a serious weapon, and yeah, we'll go out there in race 1, try and get the points on the board, but also be safe for ourselves and all the other competitors.
That's what we're all here to see. Entertainment, but in a safe way. Ryan, thanks for talking to us, buddy. Good luck in the weekend. It's going to be a scorcher here, perhaps if not by the weather, at least with the driving standards. With a brew in hand, an interesting start to the day, I think you'll agree, but I take it you're ready?
Yeah, we're always ready, aren't we?
You've got to be.
Yeah, you know, let's just hope Stuart's going to be okay. Shame for his team about his truck, you know, nobody ever wants to see that. So.
3 bad weekends as well, isn't it, engine-wise?
Terrible luck for him. So, morning warm-up for us, we were optimistic we were going to be all right in the rain, really pleased with the result, and I'd already backed it down and pulled off into Park firmly before the red flags came out, and you know, just saving ourselves ready for qualifying, which unfortunately we're not having now. We're going to
You're going to go off championship positions, aren't you?
Yeah, the first 2 races are going to start straight off championship positions, so we're going to have to try and squeeze around Ryan's outside off the start and see how good we can be.
Yeah, so have they given any explanation as to when the reverse grids will kick in? I take it first race tomorrow, race 3 will be a reverse of race 1 today.
Yeah, tomorrow's format will be as normal. It's just that to start with today, we're going to have 2 races from.
It's going to be exciting, isn't it?
It's always exciting, isn't it?
And we've had a pretty decent break away from racing between Pembury and Thruxton. Have you made any major changes, modifications, or has it just been a kind of give her a service, give her a clean, and get her ready for Thruxton?
No, we've been really busy with the family and work and all the usual things. So
much life in the way, isn't there?
There is so much life in the way of a good weekend racing, yeah. No, and been out supporting my nephew in his Porsche, so that's been brilliant as well. So no, we've just prepped the truck. Boys are on it. I've just had a week on holiday. The boys been fixing the truck while I've been away. And
I knew you looked different. I knew you looked well. See, yeah, I see we can't grind that smile off your face at some point this weekend.
No, I hope not. I don't want to be too cocky. I really hope not. No, we're here. We're smiling. We're having a great time.
Well, that's fantastic. Well, look, Dave, good luck for the rest of the weekend. Fantastic to see you. Glad you're well rested. And watch this space. 2 races in championship formation. It could be interesting. It really is all to play for. I think it'll be the first one that blinks that'll suffer the most. So, it's Saturday. I'm here with Paul Rivette, and this apparently is Top of the Pops. We don't know who all these, like, you know, groupies are. But anyway, like, I'm of course here with Paul Rivette. Paul, give us a little wiggle.
Oh, look, fine.
Yeah, it was all fixed up this weekend.
Up and down.
Did you have to struggle with your predecessor to get the seat back in the truck, or was it a nice handover?
I think Sam would have loved to have been back out there again, but there was no way, no way I was missing another one. So it seems like it's been ages since I was last in it. Practice this morning went really well. It was just great to be back out there. This place in the wet. It's fantastic.
It can be terrifying as well, though. I mean, we were just talking to Dave Jenkins. His average speed's like 89 miles an hour around this circuit, which is pretty quick. I mean, I know we can top them out at 100, but to continually go that speed around bends as well, you've really got to be on it with your tyres and your setup.
Yeah, I mean, limited to 100 down the straight and averaging 89. That is pretty quick in one of these. But it's just such fun around here. Round the back it's super fast, but in the wet super slippery as well. So we've got the trucks lining around at 90, 100 miles an hour. And it's just brilliant, we just drive around with a massive smile on your face around this place and do the best to make this Napa truck go as fast as possible.
Well, this is what we're here for. Now, interesting start to the weekend. Of course, we've had some terrible news about Stuart Oliver. He is on the mend, though, so fingers crossed he'll be gracing us with his presence, perhaps not with his truck, for a little while. But we're starting in championship order. Can you see that being a struggle for you, or do you reckon you might nip off some of the Division 1s quite quickly in that first couple of laps?
It's going to be see what happens, really. We're not quite sure what the weather's going to do. It's probably going to rain again.
Almost. I mean, it's been trying lit constantly for the last 5 or 10 minutes, just on, off all weekend.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm happy if it's wet. I love this place in the wet. For the fans, I'd like it to be nice and dry and sunny for them, but it's going to be what it's going to be.
Massively restricted viewing areas this weekend, of course, off the back of last year's incident with Neil Yates. Do you think that's going to hinder the viewing numbers, or do you think they're just going to pack into smaller spaces?
I'm sure they'll just pack into smaller spaces, and they'll be slightly higher up the bank, so
better view effectively. Yeah,
exactly. So yeah, I'm sure they'll be here, but we'll do our best to only join the spectators when we're in the paddock here.
That'd be nice. Yeah. I mean, we just don't want to delay the rest of the timetable twice on a weekend. Right, well, look, Paul, fantastic to see you back on track. Can't wait to speak to you probably in the pit lane when you've won your first trophy of the Saturday.
Thank you very much. Fingers crossed that won't be too far away.
I don't know how they used to end top of the pops. I'd usually turned it off by then, but wave goodbye, everyone.
Make sure you book your tickets in advance through the Thruxton website, which is www.thruxtonracing.co.uk. And in addition to the BARC itself, there will be all of the national championships with it as well, for the 600s, the younger riders. I'm sure the cycles come here or not, but if not, that's definitely worth a visit. If you've never seen Superbikes, then that's worth a visit. Never seen Superbikes at Thruxton, that's even more worth a visit. So, a fantastic weekend in store on the 9th and 11th of August. Then it's the TCR cars from the RSCC stable that come to town on the 21st and the 22nd of September. So a couple of these you can put in your diary. Driving experiences, well, recently got the list basically that I've been given this morning. Driving experience. You can drive all various different cars, including passenger rides, the Dell, the karting, of course.
Well, we always endeavour to try and bring you behind the scenes as much as possible at BARC events, and today at Thruxton is no different. I have been able to come right into the heart of this race day weekend. I've been able to sandwich myself between Nicole and Gail. Nicole, can you give us an insight into your role here this weekend and actually just how important it is?
Well, if you ask at Motorsport UK, they'll tell you the most important person at a race meeting is the secretary. We basically make sure all the paperwork's legal, everybody's got the right licences, and if people need to be told off for being naughty on track, we send them to the clerks.
Well, I've not been on the track, so don't look at me for that sort of thing. But as you can see, we have got a plethora of paperwork out in front of us. We've got programmes, we've got timings, you know, we've got plugs and printers galore. Gail, I am going to interrupt you in the middle of your job. No, she's giving me she's just asked me to wait 1 second, 2 seconds, maybe a little bit long. Actually, you know what, Gail? I'll let you keep going because you're obviously doing something very important. But Nicole, basically, all of the drivers come here to sign off at the beginning of the day. All of the qualifying comes through here as well. You're essentially the heartbeat of this weekend.
Every piece of information comes through us, and then we then send it out to whoever needs it.
And the most important thing is that by doing this role and by being here, you're still able to keep your eyes on the racing itself. Because if you take a look at this, John, Nicole's actually got the racing up on her laptop whilst simultaneously organising everything that's going on here this weekend. And that's because your other half is racing as well, isn't he?
He is. David Whedon from headquarters. He's racing in the number 11 for track action today.
How's he running at the moment?
He's 9th in class.
That's not bad, top 10.
Yeah, there might only be 9, but it's all good.
Details. We don't need to worry about that. Gail, I am now going to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. I interrupted you in the middle of that. Just give me an idea. How long have you guys been doing this for?
Michael Oliver on his own then on row 2, then Steve Powell and John Bowler on row 3, Paul Lillette and Tom O'Rourke on row 4, Dave Smith, Simon Cole on row 5, Neil Yates and John Powell on row 6 and row 7 should have been Archie.
Right then, here we go. We're having a few technical difficulties with a quick setup here in the commentary box. We've moved over into the media centre. I'm of course Pointy, and I'm joined here with my very good friend Ewan. Ewan, you were in a shed today, I believe.
It's a media hub, actually, not a shed, but thank you, Pointy. Yes, it is, but we are about to get underway. They're just coming round Club, the final chicane, and we will put our metal down to the floor. And we are racing, Pointy.
Yes, we've got a terrible picture just for a change coming through on our stream in the media centre, but it's a very good start for all of the trucks. No flags out just as yet, which is meaning we are away racing for the first time this weekend here at Thruxton. We've had a report back that Stuart Oliver, of course, being in a bit of a bad way earlier on, is feeling much better. Just waiting to get seen by the A&E. He's in a bay at least now. So usually when they're making you wait, you're not in any imminent danger. Still having issues with the image though. Not really got a clue. So we hope that you can see the picture better at home than we can see it here. If anybody wants to, feel free to comment below on what's going on in the race, because, well, we haven't got a clue here in the commentary box. We can't see a thing. So we're just going to keep our eyes out the window and hope that we can see some trucks coming past. There we go. So Ryan Smith, of course, as we expected, off to a very good start. Of course, starting this race in championship positions, which means we've got Ryan Smith in pole position, down to Dave Jenkins, down to Steve Powell, doing very well last weekend. But we have already had a move around, as it appears. Michael Oliver, currently fourth in the championship, is racing in third place. Bit of contact with the tyres there through the chicane, but Steve Powell is all over the back end of him as they're very, very close coming through the complex here. We see them pass by loads of steam coming off those tyres, or is it smoke off the back of Dave Jenkins? We can't quite tell. John Bowler doing very well, keeping up there, but we have definitely got a battle for third place. As it is in the championship, it is on track. Down in Division 2 then, Paul Rivette doing very well. Big lock up there from all three of them. Still a bit of moisture on the track out there at the moment, I think. What are your views?
That's exactly what we expected, isn't it? Ryan Smith out in front, as you said, with the... Oh, that is not good, is it? Is that a puncture, or we're going to find out shortly? That is much more than a lock-up, it seems. But yes, Stuart Oliver, double trouble, unfortunately. Of course, last month at Pembrey, unfortunately had an accident in round number 1, which saw his weekend DNF. He was looking to make a bit of a comeback. However, this weekend is starting exactly the same way, or even worse, with that injury. But as you said, Paul, he seems to be all right. I'm just keeping my eye on Dave Jenkins there. That is real issues with the left rear. Of course, if you see a bit of smoke, you can have a lock-up, but that is absolutely non-stop. It doesn't seem to be slowing him down too much, and that is the first time this lap that actually the smoke has stopped.
Michael Oliver is on him now, though. I tell you what, Michael Oliver is gaining this braking issue. I believe it must be braking issue, because it always seems to be in and out of bends. If we look now, we're watching him start to come into that corner. Brakes come on, has whatever's wrong with it cleared. We've lost a lot of momentum here from Dave Jenkins, and Michael Oliver is taking full advantage of his technical issue. More smoke now coming from Dave Jenkins. It might even be a turbo issue. We're under acceleration conditions here, so if we've got a leak on the exhaust, that will be causing him some power loss, and of course be a reason for that huge amount of smoke that otherwise doesn't appear to be causing any issues. Another battle further back though, we've got pressure from John Bowler coming up behind Steve Powell now, who must have lost that third position quite early on whilst we couldn't see what was going on. Dave Smith there in fifth position as well, as they all make their way around what does seem to be a tighter bend than it looks when you look at the map of the circuit from a bird's eye view. These bends are a little tighter than they appear to be, but of course still very, very fast speeds. All of these trucks heavy on the brakes, lots of tyre wear, and of course 10 minutes just over left for the race.
So as things stand in the championship, Ryan Smith on 175 points, Dave Jenkins on 163 now. Oh, and it's off! Number 22, and Paul is off, and he's pulling. Well, that's on the start-finish straight, and that is going to be pulling into the pits. That is a lot of smoke. My goodness me, that is some. We thought Dave Jenkins had smoke. That is a lot more right there. So off into the pits is Paul Rivette. Will continue racing. I was saying Ryan Smith leading the championship over Dave Jenkins by 12 points right now. And all of this playing into his hands as well, with Dave Jenkins having some issues, still occupying second place. So, big one through club. They still see the smoke of Paul Rivette as they fly through the right left-hander, side by side down the straight. Oh, Michael Oliver, can he get through on the inside? Yes, he can. A great move Michael Oliver currently 4th in the championship, 109 points. So these are massive, massive gaps. And again, Ryan Smith leading the way. Only, I'm going to say only Pointy got 2 wins at Pembrey, but his weekend at Thruxton get.
Yeah, it certainly appears to be. We spoke to Ryan Smith earlier on, of course, one of the first guys we chatted to in the paddock earlier on. Currently pulling a 1:38.9, very, very quick. Certainly the fastest lap overall so far. Still losing momentum though from Dave Jenkins. We're going to have a word with him straight after. We had a word with him this morning and he said everything was fine. But it's fantastic news for Michael Oliver as he steams into a comfortable lead for second position. But now we've got Tom O'Rourke on the back of Dave Smith having their own race back there at the pack of Division 1, as John Powell, of course, moves up into first place for Division 2. Plenty of technical. I tell you, I don't want to be the guy to say it, but is Thruxton becoming the bad luck omen for the British trucks?
Well, they're all still on track right now. I mean,
not all of them.
That's true. I did mention earlier that we generally tend to see maybe a couple of red flags. Fingers crossed. We've already had to delay enough this morning with the trucks in practice, of course, Stuart Oliver again. So fingers crossed we can have 5 races this weekend that all just take 15 minutes to complete. Now this, of course, is round number 3 of the championship, Pointy. But this year there are 7 rounds because you are off to Le Mans.
Oh yes, I'm very looking forward to Le Mans. Although I was talking to some, shall we say, more seasoned professionals in the media centre earlier on, and apparently Le Mans can be one of those where it's either absolutely fantastic or there's memories of them going there and not seeing the trucks even get onto track. It was that foggy, and they literally just sat there the entire weekend waiting for the fog to lift, which never came, which is just incredible scenes, I'm sure. So I'll just be grateful to be part of it, whatever happens. Back to the racing action then. Of course, we didn't have the outlap today, so we had a rolling start straight from the assembly area into the first lap of the race. The pace truck came in and we were away, which is of course why everything happened a little bit quicker today. And of course we are re-implementing the virtual safety car this weekend, which fingers crossed, if there are any minor incidents, we'll be able to keep the flow of the racing up to some kind of sensible speed. Dave Jenkins now under pressure from Steve Powell as well. Steve Powell looking to make up for that position he lost earlier on in the race, and Michael Oliver 4 seconds behind the race leader Ryan Smith, and another 1 second between him and Jenkins. So Jenkins definitely driving defensively now, and perhaps John Bowler biding his time waiting for that position to come up to him.
Now, famously in this championship, it's always been tough if you're behind in points partway through the season, because there are points. It was historically 15, 14, 13, 12 from first down the grid. Now they've introduced this year 20 points for the win, 18 for second, 16 for third, and so on. That's made a big difference, hasn't it, Pointy, in terms of, if you've only got 2 rounds left of the championship, you're not out of it yet, whereas historically it was like, I'm 10 points down, I can't really make this up.
Yeah, this is it. And I mean, I think, I know it sounds horrible to say, but that's probably what's kept Stuart Oliver in the game this year as much as it has, because of course with his unfortunate 3 races up to now, he really is going to struggle to pull those points back throughout the year. However, never say never. This is British truck racing, and as we know, you can end up at Donington and have a really bad weekend, and the tables can turn overnight, literally. But we've got now Steve Powell looking for the inside line past Dave Jenkins. Dave Jenkins just hasn't quite got that acceleration, but he shuts the door, doesn't let him pass just yet. I think another lap though, we may see a position change for Steve Powell into the overall third. But it definitely seems like Division 1 Ryan Smith, current championship leader, has cemented his position with a good 4.5 second lead and climbing away from second place Michael Oliver.
Yeah, this championship is all about completing races. Even if you come off, we've seen cars in trucks in the past point, you come off the track and just go out for the last few laps after some issues, just to get points on the board. It's that critical. So for Stuart Oliver, it is unfortunate. You've got to say it's kind of like season over in terms of trying to get into those top 3 for the championship. Now, I was doing some due diligence over the last couple of days, and I was actually reading the sporting regulations of the British Truck Racing Championship. I was trying to find some anomalies and just some interesting facts. Now, we know these trucks have a maximum speed of 100 miles an hour, but what I found out, that if the truck's speed for more than 0.75 of a second at any point during a race, they get a 10-second penalty.
Yeah, so telematics obviously on the trucks is very important to make sure that there isn't any cheating basically. We can experience blips in acceleration. Also, of course, you've got to look at rev limiters. Sometimes they can kick in just a couple of revs over the maximum, which means you might just tip over that 100-mile-an-hour speed limit. But of course, it's mostly downhill on hilly circuits such as Snetterton, Donington, when there is a bit of up and down. You can actually over-accelerate and really gain if you know where you're doing that. Then you can be quite strategic with it. Nonetheless, though, of course, we want to make sure people aren't doing it on purpose anyway. So they'll give you that 0.75 second leeway. But if you continue to overspeed, it automatically gets fed back to the scrutineers, and they'll be having words.
0.75 just doesn't feel like much to me. That's super, super harsh. And just further into those regulations, because I was enjoying this little read I had last night. If you're speeding between 3 and 5 seconds, it's a 20-second penalty. Over 5 seconds speeding, 30-second penalty. Like race over, isn't it, maybe?
Yeah, basically, you might just like put in and give up.
Now, as has already been mentioned, but if you're just joining us, because of the lack of qualifying after the incident in practice, the first 2 races of the day, of the weekend, got 2 today, 3 tomorrow, the first 2 will be on championship order, hence Ryan Smith starting on top, and then races 3, 4 and 5 will be top 8 reverse grid based on the results of the previous race. So back to normal for races 3, 4 and 5. Just over 3 minutes of this race to go before we count down to 0. As ever with these races, once they see 0, they'll cross the finish line one more time. In the Track Action Racing Club first race of the day, they crossed the finish line with 1 second to go, which meant they went out for one more lap, and the lead changed on the final corner of the final lap of the race. Charlotte Birch had led for about 17 minutes, and Paul Roddison took over in the last corner and led the race for less than 5 seconds, but won it. You've got to be in the lead. You've got to be in the lead at the end. Nothing else really matters. Look at this lead now for Ryan Smith. We know this is a fast track, fastest in the UK. We know he's really got the fastest truck and the best driver. Is there any way to stop Ryan Smith around this track over the 5 races this weekend?
Is there any way to stop Ryan Smith, period? I mean, the guy is obviously a legend. He's an extremely skilled driver. He's been doing this solid now for 8 consecutive years. He's been the British champion. He's got a very well-made truck and a fantastic set of guys behind him as well. Looking after that machine. It really is going to come down to luck, I believe. There's going to be bad luck on Ryan Smith's part and good luck on someone else's. And I hate to say it like that, because I'd never wish ill for anybody in the championship, but I almost feel he's that untouchable at the moment that really something bad's got to happen to someone for anybody to have a shoe in. But I think we've already been talking in the paddock this weekend as well. As always, I think first place is almost guaranteed this year, as you would expect from, again, skilled driver, fantastic truck. But that 3rd, 2nd, that could be anybody's, especially when we see the race like today. And we've seen the 3rd place or 4th in the championship move up to 2nd place in the first 4 or 5 laps. It really could be anyone's this weekend. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be tricky to stop Ryan Smith. Very tricky.
Just over 1 minute left, so maybe just 1 and a bit laps, depending on when we cross the start-finish line. Ryan Smith leading by just shy of 10 seconds over Michael Oliver. Again, Michael Oliver currently 4th in the championship and a good 42 points behind Stephen Powell, who sits in 4th right now. And the second half of this race has really been about Dave Jenkins and Stephen Powell. Still just 0.26 of a second between the two, but Ryan Smith is cruising home in that beautiful Daimler Cruise Liner. Daimler Cruise Liner?
Daimler Cruise? No, Daimler Freightliner, mate.
That's what I was trying to say.
Imagine if they did a cruise liner. That would be a sick-looking ship, that would.
So Smith, Oliver, Jenkins, Powell, they are the top 4 in the championship in that order. Just Ryan Smith on top, of course. So things won't change in the order. It will still be Smith, Jenkins, Powell, Oliver. They will be your top 4 because there's more than 10 points between them. And they're not going to be separated by more than 2 or 4. There will be one more lap, I think, because he's going to cross the start finish line. Yeah, the flag is not out, so they will go around one more time, just crossing the line with 6 seconds to go. And this is really Pointy, a victory lap for Ryan Smith. Now, we've only got one microphone here, so you're going to have to take this shortly and run out to Parc Ferme. Those tyres on the club chicane, they're going to have to get a little bit of a budge between now and the next race, which on our schedule, we're next going to the pickup truck racing. I see them in assembly to our left-hand side, just getting ready. Is there going to be any change in the order that's going to happen? It's likely only to be between Jenkins and Powell, still less than 1 second between them, and there they go, around about third of the way around their final lap. Powell still hot on the heels of Dave Jenkins, and Jenkins really can't afford to drop any more points. He's going to lose 4 points here to Ryan Smith, so the gap in the championship will be extended to nigh on 20 points. And as we've mentioned already, it is about finishing races in these championships. So although, yes, Ryan Smith has a healthy lead, he's only really one drop out of a race between him and Jenkins sort of being on the top step again. And we are into point. Who's got the fastest lap right now? You tell us.
I mean, I think it's obvious it's going to be going with Ryan Smith, 138.1. As he has been sitting comfortably. I'm probably the only one who has been producing quite a bit of smoke, actually. But I think we really need to hand it to Michael Oliver. The checkered flag is out, though, as we watch Ryan Smith take his first big podium of the weekend, probably the first of many. And then Michael Oliver, there's going to be plenty of cheers. He definitely did that for Dad, and what a win too. Second place, third for Dave Jenkins, fourth for Steve Powell, never quite making it past. Fifth, of course, then we've got John Bowler, and then bringing up the rear of Division 1, we've got Dave Smith, almost pipped to the post by Tom O'Rourke there. I believe we've then got Simon Cole for some reason. Oh no, we've got, that's, yeah. They're a lap down, but he's finished the race, and the rest of Division 2 is tootling round. John Powell taking first overall. I'm not quite sure what's going on with the graphics on the screen at the moment, but they're finishing, and that's all that matters. Right, I'm going to head out now to watch them, because they'll be coming in very soon. We're just going to wait for those last couple of trucks to cross the line. Of course, I'll be able to watch them out of the window now and be 2 seconds ahead of the game rather than 2 seconds behind. We'll be doing some live interviews as they pull in to the Parc Ferme. All of the teams now bustling around in the pit lane, ready to receive the drivers, and fingers crossed, no more drama or issues before a quick wash and fuel up before the next race. And of course, the second and last race of the day. John Bowler there crossing the line, fantastic. Just Paul Rivette now still sat in the pit lane. Unfortunate race for Paul Rivette. We had a chance to speak to him moments before the race there, and he was in really high spirits. The team were prepared. The truck was in great condition, and it just goes to show that really anything can happen once that green flag goes up. So, waiting, making my way now into. Hi there, hi Mark. I'm here with Mark, circuit commentator. Mark, how did you find that race, buddy?
A brilliant battle, wasn't it? Dave Jenkins fighting away with Stephen Powell. He was desperately trying to work his way through, and Dave Smith also, great little battle with Tom O'Rourke. But Ryan Smith, just ran away, didn't he?
It was a 4.5, so I think it was almost a 5 second lead eventually, which is just incredible. But I think it's what we've come to expect now from Ryan Smith almost. I think Ewan asked me the question inside, is there anything that can stop Ryan Smith?
Personally, looking at what he's done in the last few years, I don't think so. 8 times back-to-back champion. Stuart Oliver, you could argue, is the most successful British truck driver we've had with 10 championships
so far.
But they weren't back-to-back. No. Ryan wants to make it 10.
He's literally smashing them year on year on year, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And you look at the performance that he's put in and the team he's had last few years. He's the man to beat.
And the question is, though, will he be able to make that European Championship to tick it off against Stuart Oliver? Because if he is aiming for the coattails for his legacy, he's still going to have to make that European win.
He's going to have to be a European champion, or at least a double European champion. But there's still work to be done for young Ryan Smith.
Right, shall we go and interview some drivers?
You go and chat to someone.
Let's do it. Awesome. Right. Come on in then. Let's have you in here now. Right, let's have a word with Ryan Smith first of all. Just getting himself unstrapped. Right, well you didn't tell me because I was. Oh right. Well, I've never spoke to you before, but yeah, apologies. So we'll just wait until the rest of them park up, which they are currently doing. We just health and safety very tight at Thruxton this weekend. We're not allowed anywhere near the drivers until all the trucks have stopped moving, apparently. So we're just going to have to wait for everybody to park up, get their ticket, put their pound in the machine. Interesting. Of course, safety is very important, and none of you would like to see me get run over, would you? Would you? Michael! Dave! I mean, we're not allowed to go to them, and we can get them to come to us, right?
Harry Lake!
Harry Lake!
Harry Lake!
Harry Lake!
Harry Lake!
How was that?
Oh, the race was good, aye.
That was amazing. I mean, we literally, you came across, the green light flag was out, the red lights went out, and then the screen stopped working. And then the next thing we see, you've done Steve Powell, you're making moves on Dave Jenkins. Well, who's put a fire under your bum?
Well, the team's hurting. We've had a bad start of the weekend, and I wish my dad was here to watch it, but we're...
You can watch the replays, mate, it'll be great.
I can watch the replays, aye, but I'm hurting. We're hurting, so it helps.
There's a lot of weight on these shoulders, Mr. Oliver.
Big broad shoulders, these. Big broad shoulders.
Well, congratulations. Incredible result. Well done, buddy. Let's go and see if we can actually find Ryan Smith now. So this is TMS, by the way, if you're wondering what's going on here. These are the onboard camera systems that we're using for the championship now. We will hopefully get a chance to speak to our sponsors from TMS at some point. Right, so Ryan Smith is now being interviewed by the circuit commentary. Let's have a wander through. Dave is busy. Dave, first of all, mate, what was going? We're so sorry about it. We seem to see a lot of smoke those first few laps. Was it right, so it wasn't too bad.
No, I caught the tyre bale in the chicane on the first lap. Like not on the bit of the chicane where you'd expect to catch the tyre bale. And then I got my eye off the ball with the smoke a minute, and then I was trying to wonder what was going on. Made a little mistake, Michael nipped through, and then all of a sudden I just got my mirrors full of Steve, who was faster than me in some parts where I was having to defend from him. But yeah, I'm sorry about the little bit of damage, but it was a good race.
It was a great race. I mean, I'm just more pleased that you haven't got the damage we thought you had, because literally we're seeing, why is all this smoke coming out of his truck? I hope his truck's okay, you know?
That's what I thought too, funnily enough. Yeah, it was just, it was my fault and completely the tyre bales on the first lap, and then me and Steve were battling hard. He was faster than me, I was defending hard, so you go and see what the stewards have got to say about it, apparently.
Oh gosh.
According to the gentleman that's just tapped me on the shoulder.
Well, they've already had your hard drive, so you're screwed now, are you? Right.
I've done nothing wrong, as per.
No, nothing wrong. Good luck with the stewards. Good to speak to you, Dave Jenkins. Right, let's just quickly now have a chat with John and the two Johns. Come on in, we'll have both. We'll have both.
Little mate. You need an interpreter, Billy.
No comment, no comment. Just nod and smile.
Do you want it in Cockney or Northern?
Yeah,
I didn't get a word of that. What was that?
I'm going to have to be, because I'm from the Midlands, if I just stand in between them like this and I can keep the north and south divide. Great first race, no major incidents. Early out for Paul Rivette though, what do you think happened there?
I think the turbo went by the looks of it. So
I did say that.
The start was we just put a new engine in. Can I just mention something, actually?
Go on.
Adam Richmond sourced this engine from Adams Morley with about 4 days to go, and I just want to say a massive thank you to Adam, because he made that possible, really. So
wouldn't be without Adam then.
It's paid dividends, isn't it? You know,
it certainly has. Great first result for the weekend. Well, there we go. It just goes to show how much work goes into these things behind the scenes.
4 days and 4 nights, basically.
Easy. And finally then we've got John Bowler. John, we didn't really get a chance to speak to you at all at Pembrey, unfortunately. But obviously, you were gone. You were loaded and gone. Looking good out there. Nice little battle going on. putting pressure on 4th position, 5th position. How did it feel for you today?
Took well good. We've done the front tyre, which is always a bit of a nightmare at Thruxton because of the track. So we just halfway through the race started going off, but the lap times are on song. Truck's behaving well. We'll just keep pushing on.
Fantastic news. Right, I think we're all out of time for Parc Ferme because
Johns, by the way.
and all the Johns. Thank you to John. Thank you to John. Different divisions, different ends of the country. With one more race left to go today, is it going to be a wash and back out?
Probably.
Fingers crossed. That's all we want. Let's keep it like that. Well, I can't go to the studio because there's nobody in the studio. So we're going to watch some videos, have some, and someone will be back with you very shortly.
A quick word, if that's okay. Congratulations, another win in Division 2.
I am back here, Pointy. Don't worry, we've recommandeered our commentary position here at Thruxton. We were just thrown by a spanner in the works. Where our commentary position is, it's a little bit too dangerous to commentate from the truck, so we just had to relocate down to the media centre. But we are back in position now and ready for our next race, which is the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. And they have got a few races this weekend. Let me just confirm. Yeah, 3. I was just making sure it was 3. It's 1 today and 2 races tomorrow for the pickups. And these are often, I can't show any favouritism. I absolutely love the pickups. Matt Simpson leading the championship this year. Formerly BTCC driver and race winner, in fact. Been in the pickups for a few years now. Second the last year to... in fact, third last year. Rhys Jones, our defending champion, he went in 22 and 23, is not joining us this year. He's having a year off, or maybe more. Hopefully he comes back, though. Great race in the pickups. Simpson third last year behind Dale Gent. They both race this afternoon. Last time out, they were... Eric Bolton had a win last time out in... where were they? They were at Brands Hatch, part of the Speed Fest weekend at Brands Hatch on the 8th and 9th of June. So just around about a month ago, Eric Bolton got a win, as did Matt Simpson and Dale Gent. So the spoils were shared amongst the 3 races. And just in front of my commentary position, I'm just seeing the truck of Paul Rivette being pulled backwards by one of our recovery units. We saw that coming up, plenty of smoke earlier on during the first British truck race. Thank you to Pointy for joining me in commentary as ever, and also the short sprint he had to make between the media centre and Parc Ferme. It's only about 50 yards, but he did it like a gazelle. Now, our schedule today has changed a few times due to some incidents. Also, of course, apparently there's some football on later from 5 o'clock. So I'm sure plenty of people want to get their racing in before 5. Will they watch England in that quarter-final against Switzerland? If you're here at the venue, I do believe they're showing it in the Thruxton Centre, which is inside the track, as our pickups make their way onto the track. Now, if this is your first time watching pickups, if you were to look at a championship table, you'd see they have, by the end of the season, they get thousands of points, but we'll talk through how they gain points a little bit later, because let's first of all see our grid for our opening race of their weekend. Last round's race winner, Eric Bolton, on the top spot alongside Dean Tompkins. On row 2, Dale Gent and Mark Willis. Taking up row number 3, Alan Cooper and Ryan Hadfield. On row 4, Jonathan Hadfield and Chris Brockhurst. And in 9th and 10th on row 5, Dan Fisher alongside Paul Tompkins. Dale Gent there on row number 2. 5 times in this championship he has finished the season in 2nd or 3rd place, including 2nd last year. And on row number 6, James Goldstraw and Russell Smith. And on row 7, Michael Smith. Now, I had not heard that Matt Simpson wasn't racing. but he is not on the grid. I will try and do some research. Or if you know and you have my mobile number or Instagram, message me and we'll get some inside information maybe. Now, the point structure for pickup truck racing, for a win, 200 points for a win, 190 for second, and they go down in bundles of 10 points right the way down to 18th right down the grid. This is the 4th round of the Pickup Truck Championship of 9 rounds in total. After Thruxton, they will head to Donington in August, Liddon Hill at the end of August as well. In September, Snetterton on the 300 circuit. In October, they will go to Knockhill, and they'll end my favourite weekend of the year at Brands Hatch, 2nd and 3rd of November, with the fireworks display, as we always see. Oh, hang on a second. I might have some inside information. Ah, well done, Natasha Tressler. I knew I could rely on you, Natasha. It's Matt's gone to Speed Week at Ipswich, we believe. Fantastic. There you go. And I hope you're well, Natasha, and of course Larissa, Mum and Dad. They've got a special project, which I can say no more about right now, but they will be back, I believe, next year in a particular class. Of course, they've been with the pickup trucks for a few years. Dad Neil in the number 27, but they have moved into new racing pastures. They're working on it in the garage, and that's all I'll say. So we do have a rolling start for our pickup. So it is a fairly small grid today. Just 13 entrants. And if I'd done my due diligence, I would have seen on the entry list that Matt Simpson wasn't there. So this gives a real chance now for... Let me get my paperwork in order here. There we go. So the likes of Dean Tompkins, Mark Willis and Dale Gent, as there's so many points up for grabs in pickup truck racing, they could most definitely maybe catch or even overtake Matt Simpson in that championship lead. Yeah, with missing one round of the championship is fairly critical in this series. There's not just points on show for finishing, there's also 5 points for the fastest lap on each race. There's also qualifying points as well. Now, they're going to get underway, they're going to come around the club chicane, they will put their foot down and they will go racing as the safety car pulls into the pits. They'll go right towards the line. Oh, there's a little bit in front there maybe, but they are racing now. We have 10 laps to race. So round about a 92nd or so lap around Thruxton. Of course, depending on what vehicle you're in. A bit of a lock up there from the number 69. And as it's a single class series, now with the races we've had so far today with the trucks, the big trucks and the track action, you are generally watching plenty of different categories of cars in the same race, especially with like Division 1 and Division 2 in the trucks as well. With the pickups, everybody pretty much in absolutely identical vehicles. So this comes down to driver skill primarily, and of course the setup in terms of the very small margins you can make, of course the tyre selection, that type of thing. But it is, and what I love, pretty much best driver wins. And that's how motorsport should be, in my opinion. So, out in front in the blue and yellow livery. Now this will be nose to tail, and you tend not to get 2 or 3 cars sort of like move away. But it's Dean Tompkins that leads in the A4 Meta Recycling, driven from Pamba Green, their hometown location. I have to do a Google Maps on where Pamba Green is. Ignore that on-screen graphic. That's a future race coming up soon on that second page. So Dean Tompkins. Now I did try to get in touch with the organisers of the series yesterday just to get an up-to-date championship table. So Natasha, if you're still listening, if you can get me an up-to-date championship table during this race, that would be absolutely incredible. But as of one round ago, it was Matt Simpson leading over Dean Tompkins, Mark Willis, Alan Cooper and Dale Gent. So the top 2 here, the 2 that without Matt Simpson we would anticipate being right up there. Now one really important thing to mention in the grid order is that during qualifying, they actually take the fastest 6 qualifiers for race 1 in reverse order, and the remainder in the order they qualified. For part 2 of qualifying determines race 2, and the 6 fastest qualifiers on the grid again reversed, and the remainder in the order they qualified. And then qualifying part 3, or race number 3, consists of the grid is reversed from race number 2. Did you get all that? Because even reading that out of paper, I was struggling to understand. Tompkins, Jen Hadfield, and it should be as close as this, pretty much, for the entire race. Right, behind the scenes, I think we've completely fixed and settled all of our technical issues. Apologies for the silences. There's plenty going on here that you can't see. Now they're just coming round the club chicane. This is often a deciding factor in finishing races, as we saw in race number 1 earlier on today. The race result was decided on that chicane. Less than 1 second between your top 3. Jen, Tompkin, Hadfield. Oh my word, Natasha, I need to send you some flowers or chocolate or something. Matt Simpson leads the championship with 1,611 points. However, he is not here. Mark Willis, who is currently in 4th position in this race, 2nd of the championship, just shy of 100 points behind. Now, 100 point deficit sounds absolutely massive, it is not in pickups, considering for finishing 4th, Matt Willis is going to pick up, as it stands, 170 points. 3rd place, Dean Tompkins, 1492. So around 30 points behind Mark Willis. However, he is currently in 7th. And Dale Gent, 1472 points. So 20 points behind Dean Tompkins. He leads the way. This championship table is going to be entirely flipped on its head by the end of this race. Matt Simpson will not be leading the championship. Matt Simpson right now is going to go from 1st down to potentially 5th place. Halfway through this first race of 3 this weekend for our pickups. Gent, Tompkins, Hadfield, and let's throw Willis into this, because what's that? 1.3 seconds between your top 4. This is why we love the pickups. Dale Gent, runner-up in the championship last year, and in 2022 he was 3rd place in the championship. So can 2024, well, as it stands right now, he will head from 4th to 2nd place. Now we've just had one car pull off. It was the number, was it 89? Was it Chris Brockhurst? We've just had a car pull in to the pits just out of Club Corner. So let's wait and see when they go over the start finish line next time. This will all be reorganised. Just didn't catch the number as they came past, but let's have a little look at the front. Dale Gent ahead of Tompkins around the club chicane. Look at this! It's Willis who has jumped into the top 3 and currently podium positions after lap number 5 on to 6. Ryan Hadfield in the 44, the RM Hadfield haulage sponsored car. Family business. It was Bolton who came into the pits. Eric Bolton in the Kevricks Custom Fabrication car number 68. He is back out on track. Now let's just concentrate in this brilliant 4-man battle for the lead. Gent and Tompkins, just a marginal, in terms of pickups, that's a marginal gap between those two and then Willis and Hadfield. All 4 of these guys very much in the race for the win. I'll come round the club chicane, Gent leading the way, snake around the left and right hander. And this, as we know, it is foot down. Oh, a bit of a tail just spinning out to the left hand side for Dale Gent, pushing that pickup as hard as he possibly can. There are just 2 chicanes on this track, equidistant around the circuit. Got the huge Goodwood right-hander, losing the back end a little bit there. Tompkins in the 21. And when they're so finely matched, you can't afford to give away any tenths of a second, really. Gives your opponent the opportunity to pounce. Less than half a second between Gent and Tompkins. 0.6 to Willis, 0.5 to Hadfield. We look a little bit further back in the 72, Alan Cooper in the K Cooper Motors, currently in 5th place ahead of Paul Tompkins, teammate of Dean in the A4 Metal Recycling car. And then, in fact, Tompkins had a Bronckhurst and Smith. That's another tight battle. Now, Hadfield just falling off slightly the front 3. Didn't see anything happen on lap number 7. only about 6 minutes of racing left maximum. Again, depends when they cross the start-finish line. Oh no, it doesn't. It's just 10 laps, isn't it? Every other race this weekend, when they cross the start-finish line, they go down to 0. Then they get one more lap if there's any time remaining. However, pickups, 10 laps total. If anything's going to change, it's potentially going to be Willis on Tompkins. And as they battle, it'll just give hundredths of a second advantage each corner to Dale Gent as he can take the racing line. Whereas Tompkins right now has to look ahead and behind. Willis absolutely filling his rear view mirrors. Dale Gent will leapfrog Matt Simpson to the top of the championship. However, Dean Tompkins in second. Hang on, they'll be tied on points. Dale Gent and Dean Tompkins, if it finishes like this, will be tied on points. And then 10 points behind Mark Willis. Well, well, well. I will get my calculator out after this race. But on my maths and my internal calculator, Mark Willis will lead the championship. Then Dean Tompkins and Dale Gent will be tied in second, which will put Matt Simpson down to fourth. I wonder if Matt is watching. If he is, he'll be enjoying himself. Dale Gent is away now. This is between Tompkins and Willis. And this will determine, for this afternoon at least, and into tomorrow, what order the championship standings are in. Goes to the outside. Will he get through? It's a long old drag down the straight. Who is going to come out on top? They're going to have one more lap remaining. Tompkins will retain second place. But my goodness me. And we will have one more lap. Dale Gent to jump up the standings. And his lead, although it's visually looks fairly small in terms of pickup racing, he should be fairly confident to get around this circuit one more time. Just 2.3 miles, Thruxton. And this is the fastest average speed circuit they will visit this year. Oh, just a bit of a flick there from Tompkins. Doesn't give the chance for Willis to bridge the gap though. Just a touch wide as Willis tries to go look on the inside. There's not enough gap there. And they'll move towards the final chicane in just a moment's time. Let's get them back in picture. It is still Tompkins over Willis. We are entering last chance saloon, if there's going to be any change whatsoever. And Dale Gent is going to take a wonderful win, start his weekend in the best way. And he moves up the championship. Dale Gent takes win number 1 for the pickups this weekend. A great battle for second and third. Podium places go to Tompkins and Willis. Hatfield and Cooper fourth and fifth. And a great race behind Tompkins, Brocker, Smith, Hatfield. Will there be a change at the very end? Yes, there will. Brocker 6th, Smith 7th, Hatfield 8th, and Tompkins in 9th. Another little race coming in behind here. Gold Star and Smith. And the order remains the same. Well, great start to the pickups weekend. And shortly, our man on the ground, James Roberts, we'll be able to speak to a few of the drivers. And let's get some official results in just a moment as well. And our last car over the start-finish line. Here are your results then. It is a win for Dale Gent by 1.09 seconds, ahead of a great race between Dean Tompkins and Mark Willis throughout that entire 10-lap race. Ryan Hadfield getting 4th place ahead of Alan Cooper. Bit of a gap then to the rest of the field. Chris Bockhurst leading the second half of the field home, 17 seconds behind Dale Gent. Then Michael Smith, Jonathan Hadfield and Paul Tompkins. Great race between those four. Then James Goldstraw ahead of Russell Smith, and Eric Bolton, who had to leave the track after 3 or 4 laps, finishes 1 lap down in 12th, and Dan Fisher 2 laps behind Jalida in 13th. Matt Simpson, a non-starter. Dale Gent, 5 bonus points for setting the fastest lap on lap number 701, 24.67. And now we can go down to James Robert, who I understand is in assembly.
Wow, what a stellar race that was for us to enjoy. The pickups are still making their way down to Parc Fermé now. I am waiting for the first one to arrive as the marshals are pointing their way forward. It's great, they go 100 miles an hour around that track and then they take forever to get into Parc Fermé. It's incredible. Here we go, here we go. And there is your first place finisher, Dale Gent. Pulling up in that beautiful grey Ford truck. And very quickly, straight away, people getting tyre pressures, people hopping over to hand in water, because all of a sudden we've gone from a very windy, very rainy, wet day here at Thruxton to some beautiful sunshine, and we've had some glorious racing too as a result. Dale's got his door off, more tyre pressures are being taken, more tyre temperatures are being taken as well. I'm just going to loiter here just to try and get Dale. I'll let him take his helmet off though, I'm not that mean. Helmet and balaclava, Dale, just in that order. And water as well, actually. Probably take on some water. It's a bit hot. Dale, congratulations. I'll let you take on some water whilst I ask this question. Have you enjoyed the race? Because for us as spectators and for everyone watching on the stream back home, that was brilliant and a lot of entertainment.
It looked good then. Yeah, I enjoyed that. I had a little mistake out the back there and I thought, oh, what are you doing? I've thrown it away. Don't throw it away. I just tell myself, calm down. Let's just get back in the rhythm and just keep going.
And to start in 3rd and end up winning the whole race, I mean, you definitely had some tricks up your sleeve. What was the key to getting to that point?
Just trying to find the space. Working with the space, they started squabbling, and as we come out of church, they all went to the right, I went to the left, and I was like, I passed 3 of them going in. So I was like, all right, okay, you carry on squabbling, and I'm just going to try and get away if we can.
Can we expect some more wins from you for the rest of the weekend?
I hope so. We'll see how it goes tomorrow.
Let's see how it goes. Congratulations as well, Dale. Let's see if we can find our 2nd place, Dean Tompkins, wherever Dean's gone. Dean, sorry mate, you actually finished in the top 3, so you have to appear on television. I do apologise. One of those horrible things. How are you feeling?
That's alright, it's not too bad, is it?
No, it's not too bad at all. How is it out there for you? This track is sort of evolving in a very weird way. It was raining this morning, then it was windy, now it's a little bit sunny, now we're getting wind again. Was it all right to drive on as a result, or quite tricky?
Yeah, the track's alright. The wind doesn't really help, but to be fair, I don't like it here. I think it is the most boring track in England.
Exactly what we want to hear from anyone racing here this weekend, mate. But let's finish on one last question for you. What's going to be the key thing to take you from 2nd finishing on the grid to 1st?
One step, that's it.
Just one step, nothing else? You wouldn't change anything else about your race?
No.
Fair enough, no worries mate. Well, I'm going to leave you guys to it, and I'm going to get over to the other side because the Junior Saloon Car Championship are about to get underway, and I want to try and grab a word with some of them before they end up out on the track. John, how athletic are you feeling? Could you run all the way to pole position with me, do you think? No, he's shaking his head. So let's just see who we can find that's maybe got a door open as we head down. There's a lot of car doors open actually. John, you've actually got good pace. I think we will make it to pole position, and we will grab a quick word with Jonathan Moore as well. who has qualified on pole position. He's actually even holding the door open for me as well. Jonathan, quick word before you go out. How are you feeling for qualifying on pole?
It's great, you know, being right with Sharping's a good thing, although Rico's worth that much around here. I think it will be less of a game of outright pace and more of a game of just chess, really expensive, fast chess. But yeah, looking forward to it. See where we end up.
Excellent stuff. Well, good luck. I won't distract you any longer. Let's see who else we can grab very quickly as well. Let's go to the person starting third, which is Harry Smith. Thank you kindly, sir. No one's ever done that for me before. Harry, how are you feeling ahead of this race?
I'm confident. I mean, we had a few problems in qualifying, and the fact we had no tow the whole session, still put it P3. We were pretty happy. I mean, being less than a tenth off Johnny and Luca, who had tow off each other the whole qualifying session, I don't think there's much more we had to gain really. But now we're sat right behind them. I'll be in the slipstream, so hopefully can make the best opportunities possible and come on top of the win.
Some fantastic fighting talk. I love it. Well, best of luck to you, sir. Let's see who else we can grab. I feel like going to every other car is a good shout because there's another car door open already for me. I'm so sorry, guys. Can we butt in? Can I be really annoying? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, thank you so much. Hello, sir. How are you? Goodness me, Josh. This is a great day for it, isn't it?
Yeah, weather's pretty nice. Better than last few days here.
Now, we've actually just heard that Thruxton's a really, really boring circuit to drive on, but I don't believe that for a second. You guys must love absolutely pinning the throttle to the floor and just going really, really quick.
Yeah, it's a really good track to drive. It's well maintained. Yeah, always hitting top speed. Yes, I think it's quite fun to race around.
Great fun, that's what I wanted to hear. Well, best of luck to you, sir. Enjoy the racing. Let's see who else we can have. Probably got enough time for maybe 2 or 3. I'm looking around to see what the marshals are doing. They're all just giving me weird looks, so nothing new there, John. Oh, I've stumbled across a very nice looking car. Can I butt in, guys? I'm so sorry. I'm interrupting your pre-race rituals. Hello, sir. How are you? Will, give us one quick word. How are you feeling ahead of this race?
Confident. I just want to try and make my way up the field as quick as possible.
Confident and fine talk. I love it. Well, best of luck, Will. I heard a whistle go off. I got nervous. No one else is moving, so we'll try another car. Let's go again. Let's go with this car here, the number 77, driven by Oliver Law. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Oliver, quick word before you go out there. Give me one word to describe how you're feeling.
Ready.
Ready. And what's your tactic to make your way up the grid and maybe onto the podium?
Hopefully work with some other drivers and hope we get to the front.
Well, fair enough. And what's the key to winning at this track?
I think tow plays a big role in getting to the front and winning, and working together all adds up.
Well, listen, enjoy it, and I'm sure you will. This is a fantastic looking car to be at the wheel of. The 1 minute board has gone up, the 30-second board has come up. So actually, John, let's make our way over to the other side of this assembly area so that we're out the way and we don't get run over, because there's about 50 odd cars here that's all going to run us over if we don't get out of the way of them quickly. Or actually, could we grab the number 42 before they quickly go out? Could we have a quick word with Sherry? Can we jump in? Sherry, so sorry to interrupt you. 30 seconds to race. Give me 2 words on how you're feeling right now.
Nervous and happy to race.
Nervous and happy to race. Well, enjoy it, Sherry. Enjoy the fun. I'm sure everyone else will on this stream. And well, the cars are heading out from the assembly area, as you can see, John, raring to get going. So let's hand over to Ewan Dunlop, who once again is going to take us through the action here at Thruxton.
Thank you very much, James. Looking forward to this one. Always enjoy the junior saloon car racing. Great to hear from a few of the drivers as well. I must say, I disagree with Dean Tompkins there. This is a great circuit. He was a man of very, very few words. Let's have a look, though, at the grid. Jonathan Moore, who is second in the championship to Harry Smith right now, is at the front. 1:36.03 this morning. 700ths back was Luca Maserati. Harry Smith, leader of the championship in the car number 10, alongside Alexander Bergbaum. Josh Salvadori and Kieran Roberts on row number 3. On 4, Oliver Kerr and Wilf Butler. On row 5, James Sherrington sits alongside Oliver Law. Salvadori, third row of the grid, third place in the championship right now. So on rows 1, 2, 3, you've got the top 3 in the championship looking to either extend their lead, and I'll come on to the championship points shortly. It is ridiculously close. In fact, it can't get any closer because they're tied at the top. So we'll look down the rest of the grid in just a moment, and then we'll go through how these guys, or how the points work in the Junior Saloon Championship. On row number 6, car number 90, Jake Renshaw, alongside Jude Cooper in the number 4. Row 7, Ben Smiles and Will Thruxton. On row number 8, Kyle Wells is with Harvey Kersley. Sure his dad Alex is watching very closely. Row number 9, Bertie Bream and Lewis Stannard. On row 10, Will Oakley and Francisco Howitt. We always get a great and full grid for these, so 24 cars in total. Row number 11, Caitlin Scharfegger and Sherry Ann Powell. And on the back row, looking to progress as soon as they can, Tom Algar and Lexi Powell. The first of 3 races this weekend, as is standard, pretty much across the board, a 15-minute race. On the front row, Moore and Maserati. Luca Maserati, leading rookie this season, 5th in the championship overall, only 35 points off the lead. And Jonathan Moore, he is tied for the championship right now with Harry Smith, who starts on the second row. They are both on 188 points. Josh Salvadori is on 165.5. The 0.5 coming from half points to one of the races opening round of the season, race number 2 at Brands Hatch. That race ended early, went to half points, generally below 75% of a race finish. They all vary slightly. Now the grid for this race is quite simply the fastest lap set in the qualifying session. Now that does vary, that's the reason I mention it. Quite often it's a reverse grid, which just shake things up a bit, but this is fastest man or woman first. Jonathan Moore on the left hand side in the yellow, on the right hand side in the car number 46, the black and white of Maserati. In a moment they will rev and they will move away, so Jonathan Moore will retain his advantage in the very early stages of lap number 1. Nice move there from the 77, that's Oliver Law from Hill Chawton. Good start for him. And as we had in the pickups, this will be very close racing. All of these cars pretty much identical, other than the person holding the steering wheel. And look at that, Jonathan Moore has had a fantastic start to these opening couple of turns. Behind him, Maserati keeping his nose clean as well. Packer 4 battling for third place right now. As we go through the laps, we'll keep our eye on exactly, there's of course so many similar cars, and we'll try and keep our eye on the championship things as they stand as well, and trying to let you know, because as we know, I've already mentioned the tie at the top right now, Harry Smith and Jonathan Moore 188, then Salvadori. Kieran Roberts is our 4th place in the championship. He started on the 3rd row of the grid in 6th position, fastest in qualifying. 3 abreast. And a nice wide track at Thruxton. It does allow these side-by-side battles. As they go into the right-hander, only one of them will be able to make it stick. And 3 goes through into 1 round the club chicane. Oh, cutting corners, but just about within track limits. That's number 70, Wilf Butler of the Tadley MOT Centre sponsored car. Just maybe cutting a little few more inches off than would be expected of club corner. I'm delighted to let you know that ahead of our first Coupe Cup race of the weekend, just being joined by Wayne Rocket. He'll be on the comms with me ever so shortly in our next race. Always great to have an expert with us. And saying that, for any of the other races, if you're a former Julius Saloon car driver or winner, maybe in part of the Track Action Racing Club or the Mini Challenge Club Sport, we always love having somebody on co-comms with us, just to give us a bit of insight about the cars, the track, the people that have been there and done it. So if you are here as a junior saloon car driver, but maybe you're not taking part for any reason this weekend, and broadcasting is something you might be interested in, if you want to come and sit alongside me and give us some junior saloon car Saxo insight, please feel free to raise your hand or let any of the broadcasting team here know, or just reach out on any social channel that you can find me on. So the front two are looking to be away, and this is a lovely little race here of 4. Oh, they go wide over the chicane. And look at this race up top here. That is, of course, Jonathan Moore, Maserati, and also in there the number 10, Harry Smith. So in the top 3, that is the top 2 in the championship, and Maserati in 5th right now, but only 7.5 points behind Kieran Roberts, who is currently in 5th. Now this is round 5 already of the Junior Saloon Car Championship, which, considering we're only in, just the start of July, they do have a pretty stacked season, these young boys and girls. They get to visit the best tracks in the UK, and often part of the showdown weekend at Brands Hatch just at the start of November as well. It's my favourite weekend of the year. The trucks displays, the fireworks, and absolutely loads going on with music and activities for the kids as well. I believe tickets for that are on sale already. So if you're looking for a bumper motorsport weekend to end your year in November, I know it's a long way away and it should be sunny right now, but look at that cloud in the background. It's odd. Look, for our commentary position, we've got blue skies in one direction and then dark grey in the other. We had a couple of downpours across the weekend, or the start of the day I should say. This is a lovely race here between the number 28, that's Will Oakley, and the 78 Kieran Roberts in the RBC car. Half a second between Moore, Maserati and Smith. So we will have a solo leader in the championship regardless at the end of this race, because Smith and Moore have got to be separated. It's 25 points for a win, 22 for second, 20 for third, and then reducing by 1 point down to 3 points for 20th place overall. All other finishers, regardless of finishing position, get 2 points. And if you're a non-finisher, you still get a point for starting the race if you're a non-finisher. Fastest lap will get 1 bonus point. And that aforementioned battle at Brands Hatch in November, that is a double points weekend. It is still more Maserati and Smith. Just approaching the halfway stage. Oh, he's got a half a nose up the inside, and he's going to get there. That is a great move into the club chicane. Wow, we've got a change of leader for the first time in 6.5 minutes of racing. Maserati moves to the front. The leading rookie this year had a podium at Castle Coupe in the last round. It was a second place finish in the second race of that weekend, and he's got a taste of success now, Maserati. And just looking across his finishes this season, it would be a first win. He's been incredibly consistent as Luca Maserati, particularly at Pembrey 2 rounds ago. Really high points in every single race. Not yet had a win. Jonathan Moore, though, the co-championship leader, is not going to make this comfortable for him whatsoever. Harry Smith, Moore's co-leader in the championship, now second and third in the race. Just over 0.6 of a second between your top three the last time they crossed the start-finish line. Salvadori, 4.8 seconds back. He's third in the championship race. And he's going to fall a few more points behind at the moment, the championship leaders. Can Jonathan Moore get the right place back at exactly the same spot 1 lap ago? No, he can't. Maserati holds on. Gives Smith a chance to close the gap to Moore. In fact, Jonathan Moore in the last round at Castle Coupe won both races and got fastest lap in both races. He has come off the weekend of his life. Wow, there's nothing to separate them, is there? Jonathan Moore, can he get at the inside on the long right-hander? Let's have a look as they come into the left-hander. They're going to come round the corner. Maserati still just in front. These cars so finely matched. It is the personnel in the vehicle that is making the difference. And Jonathan Moore just looking for the slightest mistake to capitalise on. For Maserati, he's not flinching. All the while, Smith, he's been in third for coming up to 10 minutes now, and they are away from the rest of the field. Salvadori 5.6 down, and Kurt, Bergbaum and Wells. But we'll keep our eyes on the top three. It's not just where the race is going to be won, but it's going to be where we're going to find out our championship leader through race 1 this weekend. Now Smith all over the back of Moore as Maserati just pulls away ever so slightly. 1/10 of a second between Moore and Smith. Maserati, half a second lead. That's the biggest it's been so far in this. Let's have a little look round down the field. The 77, that's Oliver Law. Just going round the outside of or attempting to into our last 5 minutes. Looks like Sherrin and Howitt have both gone into the pits. So one at least looks terminal. I think that's Howitt, and Sherrin in the white car behind. Have a look at that now. As we've mentioned already, that even just by finishing a race, you're going to get a couple more points than being a non-finisher. And considering right now the championship is tied, 1 point at the end of a season can make a massive difference to your final finishing position. So in the car 40, James Sherrington will be keen to get back out on track. Currently still in the pits, indicated on the left hand side of your screen. Jonathan Moore up the inside. Oh, he gets it back at the chicane. Well, that is where we lost position 3 laps ago. He's now pulled out the Uno reverse and got it back on exactly the same spot with exactly the same move. Now Maserati needs to hold concentration here. And there's been a big shunt just in front of our commentary position. In fact, the wall shook. It's the car number 70. That is Butler, currently in 13th position. And that will be, oh, they just missed him, crikey. This is a terrible position. You can see him on course now. Our commentary position just to the left-hand side. He drove at high speed directly into us, pretty much. He's got it going again, though. So just waiting for a safe opportunity. He's got some space now to spin the car around. But that has surely got to have some massive damage on. Wing mirror hanging off. I can't believe that is not terminal. The safety barriers are going to have a little bit of work looked into them. They hit it mightily hard. But let's concentrate on where we are. 2.5 minutes left of racing. Moore leading by 0.3. Half a second between your top 3. That has been the story of this one. Moore, Maserati and Smith. This is the order they lined up in on the grid. 1, 2, 3. retaining their positions. Maserati has a look down the inside. Is it going to go into the chicane again? He's got the nose on him. He will move in, moves in, he does do, into Club. This is brilliant. Maserati and more exchanging places once again. They are going to get 2 more laps of racing in. So 2 more opportunities. We've only seen 3 overtakes in our top 3 in this race. Every single one has been at the lead in to the chicane. Getting your nose in front, getting the inside line. Absolutely critical. Can Maserati hold off more? Get his first win of the season. It'll only be his 2nd podium of the year. He's had a couple of 4th place finishes. Jonathan Moore all over the back. Rubbing the bumpers pretty much. All the while, Harry Smith is watching on in 3rd. He has not shifted at all. Is he waiting for his opportunity to pounce on them both? Maserati in the MRM. Sponsored Saxo. This is the key part of every single lap now. They're going to stay in line. They will cross the line. They will get 1 more lap in. Moore leaving it a little bit late that time round as they snake their way through the Club chicane. And the long right-hander, there's so many Allards over the start-finish. This will be final lap. And guess what? They've got back markers. How big a part will that play at the conclusion of race number 1 of 3 in the Junior Saloons this week? And it's been a cracker. And where's Smith? Oh, there he is. That's the 3. Jonathan Moore gets through. Maserati coming back, has a look on the outside. Smith gets a chance to tighten the gap a little bit. They've got back markers in front. Will they catch them before the end? Maserati on the inside retains the lead. Moore 2nd, Smith in 3rd. Through the inside goes Moore, and he'll get the advantage on the long right-hander. It's all going to come down to the last couple of corners, side by side. Rubbing is racing. They'll do it for the last 1/3 of a lap. Smith watching on, side by side, as they've been the entire race. Is this Smith's opportunity? He goes to the inside. It's side by side by side into the final couple of corners. It's the long right-hander. Can Smith take it into the final chicane? I can't believe what I'm seeing as they come towards the last, and he has done. Oh my word! Smith has been watching and waiting in 3rd place for 15 minutes, and the final time into Club, he takes his chance and he will take the win, and he will be your sole leader in the Junior Saloon Championship. Or will he? Because here comes Moore. They'll go towards the line. Who gets there? Photo finish race number 1. Who towards Moore by 200ths of a second. That is absolutely incredible racing in the Junior Saloons. And Maserati, who was 1st or 2nd the entire race, will still be on the podium, but is denied his first win because Moore and Smith, the 2 championship leaders, separated by 2/100ths of a second. What incredible racing at Thruxton. It's 1200ths on the timing chart. It looked like less than 100th. Well, it is not over until it's over. That's a cliche, but never can it be better applied to race number 1 of the Junior Saloons this weekend. My goodness, Maserati is going to be devastated, but it's another podium. Jonathan Moore, Harry Smith, 1 and 2, and that is now that stands in the championship. Luca Maserati, 3rd place on the podium. Josh Salvadori in fourth, 4.5 seconds back. Then Oliver Kerr, Kyle Wells, Kieran Roberts, Ben Smiles, Jude Cooper and Jake Renshaw are your top 10. Alexander Bergbaum, Will Crewston, Harvey Kersley and Caitlin Scharfegger on the first page of our results. Fastest lap by Moore, a 1:36 dead, set on lap number 7. That will be bonus points to add to his victory. He'll get 25 points for the win. He will now move into a 3-point lead in the championship over Harry Smith. Luca Maserati, will that be enough to get him up from 5th to 3rd? It'll be very, very tight indeed. I'll try and get an updated schedule for you. Well, let's try and get our breath back just for a slight moment, because that was absolutely incredible. I don't think you'll beat that this weekend for head-to-head racing. And what a final couple of corners. Now, James Roberts, if they've got their breath back, we'll speak to a few of the drivers down in Parc Fermé and possibly even Assembly 2 for our next race, the Coupe Cup.
What an epic race with an equally epic finish from these super talented young riders. And we can see there Jonathan Moore embracing his challenger. But I am gonna stand in the way. Jonathan, let's bring you forward to the front of this great car, because look, your first place cap's there waiting for you, just on your windshield. Are you not going to put it on? You're not going to start the celebration just yet, because you were right in the thick of it. You know how close that finish was. I mean, what a race!
Yeah, really difficult. For the last kind of 2-3 laps, there was yellows out at the last chicane. Usually the best overtaking spot, you've got tow for nearly a mile down straight. But yeah, I went for a move on Luca on the last lap because I knew I couldn't get him at the last chicane with the yellows out. Sacrificed myself all the way through Noble, Goodwin, Church doing that, but kept on the outside of him. Harry made it, I think he made it 3 wide into Church, so I got dogged, but still, yeah, great finish. And yeah, we both overshot the chicane a little bit, but glad I could get him on the run to the line.
Well, I mean, it was fantastic to watch. What do you think actually allows you guys to race so closely? Because that was the thing that provided us with the most entertainment, I would say.
Trust. We all trust each other really highly. Me and Luca are teammates, firstly. We worked together in qualifying, locked the front row out for all 3 races. And then Harry as well. He was my teammate last year. We're still really close friends, as much as we're fighting each other for the championship. And yeah, we've got a lot of trust for everyone.
And what can we expect from you for the rest of the weekend? More wins, more close finishes?
Hopefully more wins, but with the tow round here, as we saw today, I wouldn't get my hopes up just yet.
Well, best of luck for the rest of the weekend. Enjoy it is the main thing. Let's see if I can find Harry Smith. Where's he got to? Where's he hiding? There he is. That's where he's hiding. He's right behind you, John. Sorry, I'm going to go full-blown panto on you. He's behind you! There we go. Harry, congratulations on what was a thrilling race. I genuinely thought that you had the win there going into the last chicane, but out of nowhere came Jonathan Moore. I mean, how are you feeling right now? I mean, you still must be happy as to what was a fantastic race.
Yeah, I was running P3 for pretty much the entire race until the last lap. Johnny and Luca were side by side going into Church, and they were side by side the whole way around Goodwood. So I had the run on them, went straight up the inside through Church into the lead. And unfortunately I came in sideways into the last corner, which mocked up my exit, so me and Johnny were literally like that across the line. He just managed to pit me.
You were biding your time, weren't you? It was just so much patience. I mean, Ewan even said on commentary, he was saying about this kid, he spent 10 minutes in 3rd place. He's sitting here, he's just waiting to pounce. And you did. I mean, that's really, really skillful of you, because not everyone has the patience to do that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I knew Johnny and Luca were literally like almost swapping position every lap because tow's worth so much around here. So one lap Johnny would be sat behind Luca and pull out and go through, and then Luca would do the same the next lap. And it was kind of just waiting for the right opportunity. And going through Church, I had the run on both of them. They were both side by side. The door was open on the inside, so I just took it. Unfortunately, I went sideways at the last corner, but nonetheless, it was an awesome race. So.
And before I let you enjoy the celebrations, what's going to be the key thing to go from 2nd to 1st, do you think, this weekend now?
I think almost tyre preservation, because my tyres went off really early in the race. It was like obviously considering Saxons are pretty much flat around the whole track, it was really hard to keep it flat round because the car was understeering so much. So hopefully tyres won't go off as quick tomorrow, and then I'll be able to keep with Johnny and hopefully make that move for the win.
Well, let's see what happens. I'm very much looking forward to how that's going to go down. Best of luck for you, Harry. Let's see if we can find Luca Maserati wherever he's got to. Luca, how are you, sir? How did you find that race? Because I'll tell you now, I think it's worthy of a BAFTA or an Oscar, to be honest, because it was entertainment from minute one.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was a really enjoyable race. Obviously, you know, I'm assuming you saw the battle. It was a really good race. Obviously, I'm a bit gutted. Finished third, but. No, we're always learning. It's my first race at Thruxton, so we got 2 more tomorrow. I'm starting on pole for race 3, so see what we can do from there.
Well, look, pole for race 3 and very much at the front of the grid for the entire race today. I mean, surely you've got to be feeling confident.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we're all quite similar on pace, really, so I think it's anyone's shot again tomorrow. You know, we're going to have a really good battle again, I'm sure, so we'll see who can win it again tomorrow.
Now, I asked the same question to Jonathan earlier on, and I'm going to ask it to you as well. What do you think allows you guys to race so closely to one another and actually provide that level of entertainment for us? Is it a level of respect? Is it trust? Is it just, you know, you don't even think about it that much?
I don't really think about it too much, but yeah, there's obviously that level of respect and trust, you know, to go for some of the moves we went for today and, you know, battle that hard on track. So yeah, hopefully more of the same clean racing tomorrow.
Well, I for one can't wait to see it. Look, enjoy the celebrations. You've got a podium in race 1. Congratulations. As for what we're going to do right now, John, we're going to leapfrog over to the other side of the assembly area. There's going to be a little bit of a delay here for this next race because some barriers have got to be rebuilt out on track after a crash involving the number 70 car. And of course, we hope that Wilf Butler is okay, but it does allow us a bit of time, John, to be able to leisurely stroll down to the front and actually admire the amazing machinery that's lined up here in the assembly area as part of the Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. I mean, just take a look at some of the amazing cars that are lined up now. And I say that, the wind is really picking up now as well, John. I feel like I'm going to blow away in a second, so stay with me, don't fly off. And everyone at home, make sure you stay with us as well, because the action's not over. Just because we've got a bit of delay to this next round of racing doesn't mean that there's any delay in the fun that we're going to have. I'm going to come right down now to pole position to Dan Munro. Dan, how are you feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, I'm excited for this. It's going to be should be a good race. It's going to be very difficult, I imagine, with Mark. He'll be right up behind me. I think it was 800ths that split us in the qualifying. So it'll be close, but it should be fun.
It will be a lot of fun. I can assure you it's going to be a lot of fun for us to watch as well. Yeah, 3/10 separating you and second place. I mean, on a track like this though, 3/10 is quite a big margin because you're flat out for really most of the circuit, aren't you?
Wait, it was 3/10 at the end of the session?
I mean, that's what I've got on my paper in front of me.
Oh, I was told it's 800ths. Right, that's much more promising then.
No, ignore me then. Let's boost up the drive inside you a little bit. Let's get the aggression going, the drive and adrenaline back up again. Look, listen, tell us a bit about what this circuit's been like to drive on today. We had rain in the morning. We've got a lot of aggressive wind throughout the day as well, and cloud coverage is starting to come back over whilst we're enjoying some light sunshine.
Yeah, so we got a spit of rain in the qualifying. That was interesting. Luckily I had enough heat still left in the tyres, so the grip was still there. It didn't really affect us much. There's a few new patches of tarmac. You go over them, you get a bit of understeer and it throws you off. But apart from that, it's Thruxton. It's the fastest circuit in the country, so it's great fun to drive.
I know you've got a helmet on, but I can tell you're smiling. Dan, enjoy it, have fun. I'm going to go around the back of John, and I'm going to try and have a word with Mark in this lovely bright orange car. Mark, am I right to come in here, just grab a quick word with you, sir? How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, I'm feeling confident, to be honest. There was more time than my best lap. There was time to come, so yeah, I feel I can have a good race here. Give it a good go.
And I asked the same question to the man sitting alongside you in the front row. What's this circuit been like to drive on today? Because it's evolved very much since 9 o'clock this morning.
It has, yeah. I mean, when we first went out, it was dry. Then it rained a little bit, and it dried again towards the end of the session. So it's been mainly dry, and it looks dry now for the race. But whether it will be tomorrow, we'll see.
Well, we will. We'll just have to wait and see and wait and find out. Let me just quickly butt in and ask one of the marshals off camera. What sort of time are we looking for delay-wise?
About 6-7 minutes.
About 6-7 minutes until we start this race. So we have got a slight delay. In other words, though, John, that means we've got plenty of time to chat to whoever we like. Can I squeeze in here with you, sir? Dan? Do I go through your little hatch, or can you open the door? How are we doing this? Sorry, mate. How are you, first of all?
I'm good. Hot.
Sorry?
I'm a bit hot.
A bit hot. Do you know what? I'm feeling a bit hot as well, but it's all right. Look at that giant rain cloud that's hovering above us.
I've seen that.
It's a bit dangerous, isn't it? Talk to me. How are you feeling about this piece of machinery here this weekend?
Yeah, good. Confident. It's the highest I've ever qualified, so yeah, good start.
And so, obviously, highest position you've ever qualified. Confidence is going through the roof.
Yeah.
What are your plans on lap 1 then? Are you going to get your elbows out? Are you going to dive down the inside? What's going through your head right
Try
now?
and tag on the back of the front two, that'll be the start. So
Just try and stay
try
up.
and hang on to them, yeah.
Try and hang on. Well, listen, enjoy it, mate. That's the main thing. I'll close your door for you. Thank you for not letting me make me go through that little hatch. I always find that difficult. Let's pop just behind you as well. Goodness me, to Darren Banks. Oh, Darren, look at you opening the door for me. You saw me coming, that's why. Darren, how are you feeling, mate?
I'm okay. It was nice and chilled.
You were not chilled until I came along with you.
Yeah, and I just want to get on with it now.
Well, look, it's a beautiful day for it now. The wind is still blowing, obviously, but that doesn't affect these cars as much, does it?
No, I'd rather it be raining, to be honest. This car's good in the rain.
You like driving in the rain?
Yeah, yes. This car's good in the rain.
Do you know what? You're the first person this weekend that said that to me. What about this car actually makes it so much fun to drive in the rain?
These S3s are really good in the rain. And that's a bit of an advantage we have, but it's not, so we'll have to get on with it, won't we?
Yes, you will, but enjoy it, will you?
Thank you, we will.
Okay, best of luck, best of... Oh, and from one purple car to another. Look at that, look. Who drives this, John? Who? Get it? Who? No? Yes? He's not laughing, no one else is laughing. Well, I tried, that's all I can say, is that I tried, and no one enjoyed it. Michael's not actually in his car, I'm blind as a bat, evidently. He's hiding at the back, that's why. Where's Michael gone? Where's Michael? What are you doing back there, mate? You're supposed to be in your car. Goodness me, if I was a policeman, you know, I could have put you in some serious trouble if you're just leaving your car there. Listen, how are you feeling out of this one?
Yeah, quite happy with qualifying, you know, nearest the front, hopefully just stay with them throughout the race and see what happens. So,
well, look, the conditions are very different to your qualifying, aren't they, right now?
yeah, it's dried out. I mean, it was in qualifying, it was mostly dry lines, dry speeds, but a bit hotter. We'll have to see how the tyres last.
What's the key to going fast at Thruxton? Most people that I talk to are just like, just put your foot on the throttle and just keep going. Is that the key?
Yeah, put your foot down and hang on, basically, is what I think we do.
Put your foot down and hang on. Well, look, give me one word that's going to describe your tactics for this race then before I leave you.
Don't crash, 2 words. But
I'll let you have it. I'll let you off. We'll put a hypothetical, you know, hyphen in between those and turn it into one word. I'm hearing someone in my ear telling me that we might have to wrap things up, but I feel like we've got time to maybe talk to someone else. Let's go to the cleanest car on the grid, John. Let's admire the cleanest car on the grid. Ben Wilkinson driving this lovely clean coupe. Ben, can we grab a quick word? Is that all right?
Quick one, yeah.
Yep, quick one, of course. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Nervous to say the least, but just going to give it a go, see what happens.
And how are you feeling with this piece of machinery this weekend? Is it filling you with confidence? Do you like how fast it's going?
A bit fast would be nice, but we'll see how it goes, see what happens.
Well, best of luck, and most of all, enjoy yourself, mate. That's what it's all about this weekend. See, I can't really come up with a cap bun. That's caught me off guard, John. Sorry, you're just going to have to deal with the our one being the best. This is quite an interesting car, though. Got a lovely livery on this one with Mr. Watson. Are we all right to... Oh, that is swish. I didn't realise people had electric windows still on these things. Do that again. Show John. That must be one of the most impressive things I've seen this weekend, apart from an ice cream machine that I was allowed to be in charge of. But enough on that. Talk to me, how are you feeling about this race?
Well, no, basically, I'm hoping it's going to go better than qualifying. The car was way out of shape in qualifying, and I'm hoping it's going to be fixed now. So fingers crossed, I'm going to stay where I am or go up a little bit. Who knows?
Excellent stuff. And can you talk to me very quickly? I've just spotted this in the corner of my eye. The meme that happens to be on your dash. What is it, and why is it there?
Well, this is an ex-Rockets car. So that was in there when I got it, and it basically sold the car to me.
Well, I'm going to step away with the microphone just for 2 seconds so that John can try and get a shot of it. You can see that there at the front of Matthew's car. Basically, I think it's just telling you not to brake. Am I right, Matthew?
That's about right, yeah. Yeah, no brakes.
No break. Well, maybe dab on them a little bit. It is quite a fast circuit. But I will let you go. But with one final word, sum up how you think this race is going to go in one word for me. I've really put you on the spot now, haven't I?
Certainly have. Hopefully better than the second race of last year. We'll say that much.
Fair. I was about 7 or 8, but I'll let you off. It's been a long day. Don't worry. We won't go for singular words. We'll go for multiples. Now we're right towards the back of the grid now. But I mean, just again, John, just take another chance to take a look at these magnificent cars, these magnificent machines. Let's try and jump in here with Mark Jones. He's obviously getting a pep talk from someone who's loitering with. Do you want to be on camera? No. Oh, okay. I'll crack on with Mark. Mark, are you going to open your door, or shall I? Can we open? Shall I do it? Oh, okay, there we go. Mark, I'm so sorry if I'm putting you off by doing this, but I'm just going to lean in here. The hatch is a little bit too small for my microphone, but enough about me. Let's talk about you. How are you feeling out of this race?
Yeah, okay, yeah, good. Yeah, looking forward to it. Yeah, it'll be good.
And do you enjoy Thruxton? Is it a circuit that you guys like bringing these cars to?
Yeah, it's always good to come here. It's local for me, so it is a good circuit, and it's good fun.
Oh, so it's the barbecue at your house later?
I think we've got a barbecue in one of the awnings later, so yeah, that'd be great.
Oh, excellent. Oh, obviously my invite's lost in the post, but don't worry about that. I'll follow my sense of smell to you guys later. But look, tell me about what the circuit is feeling like at the moment in these cars. Lots of people saying that it's very slippery in places, but now it's dry. Is the wind going to cause havoc for you, or are you just going to stick your right foot to the floor?
I think it is that case. I mean, our quali, we had a bit of rain, and I sort of like felt I didn't quite do what I needed to do in quali, so I've got a bit of catching up to do. Yeah, I think it looks dry, it looks good, but yeah, looking at the times on some of the other cars, they seem all right, so I think it's foot to the floor.
Foot to the floor, things we love to hear. Well, enjoy yourself, mate. That's the main thing. Plastic windows on that one, no sliding glass windows on those ones. Who else have we got time to grab? Let's have a chat to Ian Brunning. Ian towards the back. Let's see if we can hop in with it. Oh, John, we've got another electric window. You've got to see this again. Sorry, you're going to have to do that all over again. I'm so sorry. We don't see electric windows very often on these races. Goodness me, that's great. Have we got another one there? Oh, we'll be there in a second, don't you worry. Right, Ian, how are you feeling ahead of this one? Everyone's engines are starting to fire up. You're a few minutes away from starting. What's going through your head?
Well, yeah, I'm near the back, so hopefully I can get a good start and, you know, maybe move up a little bit. That's the plan. Do the best I can. And enjoy the weather in the race.
Absolutely, enjoyment is what it's all about. So you've got 30 seconds. I'm going to leave you on that. Roll up that electric window. Enjoy yourself. John, I'm just gonna maybe let you come back a little bit, so we're a little bit safer. 30 seconds before these cars depart. Let's just pan across quickly to this number 8. This lovely, gorgeous-looking car, driven by Gary Hobbs at the moment. He's got electric windows, John. I don't know if we've got time to see them properly. Oh, there we go. Don't see those every day. It's the little things. It's the little things at Thruxton that make us happy. But they're heading out onto the circuit now as we speak. So that's it from me here in the assembly area before this fantastic Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres race. And I'm going to hand over to Ewan Dunlop. He's going to take you through all the action once more here at Thruxton.
Cheers, James. Thank you very much. Great to hear from so many drivers. And that incident prior, it was just in front of us. We were watching them get the barrier fixed for about 10-15 minutes there. So great to hear from more drivers than usual. And when I say we because to my right-hand side, giving us an expert opinion, is going to be Wayne Rocket for this race, former Coupe Cup champion. But prior to introducing him, let's have a little look at the grid. On the front row, we have got joint championship leader Daniel Monroe and Mark Ridout. They're actually the joint championship leaders, 2 wins each so far this year for those two. On row number 2, Don Gillies and Darren Banks. Row number 3, Michael Evans alongside Dan Fletcher. On row 4, Luca Staccini and Zanello alongside Neil Hurren. Row 5, Simon Smith and Ben Wilkinson. And we should have a few on page 2 as well. Who else have we got? On row number 6, Jacob Sylvester and Matt Watson. On row number 7, Paul Laurie and Mark Jones. On row number 8, Mark Worsley and Ian Brunning. And finally on row number 9, Gary Hobbs and Spencer Hirons. Now, a big welcome for the first time making his broadcasting debut. I had to twist his arm, to say the least, to get him in here. But welcome, Wayne Rocket.
All right, Ewan, how are you doing?
Very good, thank you, mate. You're a former champion in this series, but these cars, any series, it's expensive to run, aren't they? Is this just a temporary break? Are we going to see you back at some point?
I think I'll probably come back at some point just to keep everyone on their toes, like I keep saying. But for the moment, I'm quite happy sat here watching everyone else, and my little girl's old enough in a couple of years, so maybe see if she wants to have a go.
Because Johnny, of course, is a racer as well. He's having a year off too. So is this you two giving everybody else a chance for a bit?
Well, it's let some others win it, and then I'll come back and dash all their hopes and glories.
Now we've got some very popular characters here, particularly Luca. You guys get on very well. It's an incredibly friendly paddock, though, isn't it?
Oh, it's the best. Everybody out there is a friend of mine. Luca, Stacchini, Anzanello, my nephew, as it goes. Everyone's great mates, and it's just such a great series to get involved with.
He calls you Uncle Wayne, doesn't he? Why is that?
Exactly. I think just because I think Alex Kersley is his mentor dad, and I'm his mentor uncle. So.
Now, you know this track quite well. What is the key? We know it's like a foot to the floor track. We've not seen too many overtakes today. What is the key to winning rain, Thruxton?
The key to this track, in my opinion, is the entry into the complex. That one corner sets you up for the rest of the lap. Get that wrong, and the rest of the lap is ruined.
Now, these cars, I was doing my research over the last few days, and I wasn't even aware, you've got the Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3s. Who's got the advantage here?
Definitely the 3s, definitely the newer shape. They're slightly more stable around here. At higher speed, they've got a definite advantage, which hopefully you'll see. Well, hopefully you won't for the top two, because they're in the older ones.
And now, a little bit of nostalgia on this track for you, because your old car's out there, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got my old car, Johnny's old car. Number 10 is my one.
And off they go. We are racing then. First race of the weekend in the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. The front row of the grid again, it was Munro and Ridout. They have got 2 wins apiece so far this season. And this championship, Wayne, it is not based on points, it's based on wins. A big slide out to the right-hand side there. But Wayne, this is done on race wins.
Yeah, it keeps it a bit more friendly, without having a championship. Most wins at the end of the season, and if they're tied, it drops down to seconds and thirds.
So at the moment, Mark Ridout had 2 wins. What round was it?
Mark won both at Cadwell. Very, very smooth driver is Mark. Very, very precise.
And Daniel Munro won both races last time out.
Had both at Mallory, which is a good grip because he's a rookie driver.
And other than those two, who are the guys to watch? For anybody new to the Coupe Cup, who are the ones to watch here, other than sort of Ridout and Munro?
Obviously, you've got Luca, obviously, but Michael Banks is the unluckiest man in this paddock, unfortunately.
Explain.
He deserves a podium. He deserves a trophy. He drives so well, but Lady Luck is not always on his side.
Dan Banks in the Michael Banks cars, car number 27. And this is another of our 15-minute races. And now, Wayne, we've got another one of these series here where all of the cars, apart from the Gen 1, 2, 3, all exactly the same as we go through the chicane for the first time, Munro leading. What is the difference? I know we talk about it's like driver skill that wins these races. What is the difference when you're all in the same car on the same circuit?
Simple things like tyre pressures and suspension setup, really.
Great shame.
You get your alignment wrong, and it can make a second difference around here. So.
Munro and Ridout, half a second between them. We've just seen one of the best races you'll see this weekend in the junior saloons. There was only 4 overtakes. Every single one came at the final chicane. It's an incredibly important corner. The lead up to that one, as you've said already. Hurren 1.5 seconds down last time they crossed the start finish line. Luca not having his best season considering he's the reigning champion.
Yeah, I think it'll come to him. He's still fairly new into the racing with this car. He's clearly a quick driver, but he puts a lot of pressure on himself, which I think affects his ability.
But when we talk about characters in the paddock, there's nothing better than him, is there?
Nothing bigger than an angry Italian.
He will hear this, afterwards. So we're going to be concentrating as much as we can throughout the entire field here. As you can see on the timing charts there, when we have a series with such close racing vehicles, it's good. Oh, a big move down the inside and the right hand side. 5 wide! Blimey! That often doesn't always work, but Luca making his way through there. That is a wonderful move. He's currently in 8th position, and just trying to work out, is that the head of that field, or has he got through there? Number 22, Gilly. So yeah, Luca, we've just mentioned his name, an angry Italian. Well, that was an angry move, and he's going to move from 8th, let's have a look, up to 4th place on one straight. That is absolutely incredible. Tough guy to race against?
Yeah, he's definitely young and enthusiastic, let's say.
And we will concentrate through the entire field. Of course, we look at the leaders a lot. Oh, number 21 at the back there, that is Smith. Just looking to be going a little bit slower around the chicane. Hopefully that's not a retirement for him. It gets that car back up to top speed. So that is Luca leading this, let's call it the peloton behind our front two, Munro and Ridout. Now they're 4 seconds away on a track like Thruxton. Can you pick up 4 seconds anywhere, or are they just, it's those two for the first and second now?
Well, last year John Winter did on me, so that newer shape.
Sorry, I didn't.
That newer shape car that Luca's in there, he may well have a good drive now down the back straight and catch up with the leading pack.
So Horan in between Ridout and Munro, but he's got the signatures all over his car, hasn't he, as well? Quite famous for that in the Paddock, getting everybody he can possibly get his hand on to come and get a signature on his car. Round the chicane once more, then out to picture right now, but just keeping you up to speed on what's happening at the front here, Munro and Ridout. Then this second pack make their way towards, and I tell you what, Staccini is definitely catching Horan there in the 87. That was a good 4-5 seconds gap at one point. It's down to 2.5. That's going to be closed as well. Close to Staccini is Evans, Fletcher and Banks. But, I mean, you've got to say, looking at this right now, Munro and Ridout, they are 6 seconds back now, so it's more Horan going backwards, it might seem, than Staccini making up ground. But we'll see how this plays out. If you're at the back of a pack like 6 here, yes, you've got the slipstream advantage. What's in your mind? How are you going to, when there's not many overtaking opportunities at Thruxton, what's your tactics to, like, I've got to get to the front of this pack here?
For me, it's not overdrive it. Just be calm and hit your lines and drive your own race. The minute you try and keep up with somebody else or do something different, that's when you make a mistake and fall off the road.
Now, I've got to ask, I know you're not racing this season, but you've also had a bit of an injury lately, haven't you? What's happened?
Just ongoing leg and hip injury from a few years ago. Unfortunately, I couldn't get in a car today, even if I wanted to, but I'll be back soon, I'm no doubt.
If you come back to racing, are you coming back to coupes or trying to hand it something else?
I think I'll definitely come. If I buy a car, I'll definitely be able to back in the coupes.
A Gen 3?
I'll have a go in one.
Or would you take the car number 10 back?
I'll definitely buy the car number 10 back. I think that's the one my little girl wants. So,
oh wow! Well, Ben Wilkinson riding that now at the Bezo Motorsport sponsored vehicle right now.
Up to 9th.
9th.
It's only his second race, Ben Wilkinson.
Is it really?
Yeah, doing very well.
Wow!
There he is there. Look.
Nostalgia. How does it feel watching it?
Yeah, it's nice to see a pleasant young lad in it. That's the key thing.
Lovely.
At least it's out there and getting involved.
Brilliant. So there are our front two. They're almost 7 seconds clear now. Are they both Gen 3s? Educate me.
No, the front two are Gen 1 and a Gen 2.
Ah, but you said the Gen 3 should technically be faster.
I'd say keep an eye on Luca. I think he's going to close in from his poor qualifying earlier.
So he's currently...
That said, Michael Evans is giving it to him, you know.
So Luca qualified in 7th, but didn't have the greatest start. Dropped down to 8th or 9th, back up to 5th, but 7/100ths. Hang on a second, let's just get a recap of what order things are in here. So Luca's in the 28, as we can see. And when they're across the start-finish line, we'll just regroup, get up the times here, because there's clearly not 0.07 between the cars. Oh, that's a nice move up the inside. That is absolutely brilliant. They should come into shot at some point fairly shortly. So that is another position picked up by Luca Staccini Anzanello. He's not going to have time. We're halfway through this race now. 7 minutes remaining of the original 15. Do you think he can get up to 3rd?
He's in 3rd. He's gone past Horan already.
Oh, sorry. Absolutely right. Sorry, looking at the I've got so much paperwork in front of us here. We're looking at other things, and that is just
Ridout putting a lot of pressure on Dan Munro here.
Yeah, biding his time, but keeping the pressure fully on Monroe. And here comes that, absolutely right. So Lucas...
Darren Banks gone through as well.
And Banks
drive.
is through.
Then Fletcher. Neil Horan's gone to sleep by the look of it.
Wayne, you were nervous about this. You're smashing this, mate. This is great stuff. Absolutely love it. Are you here tomorrow?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you're coming back tomorrow. Excellent. Love it. So Genie up to third. This is going to be a race now. He's got 11 seconds to catch up. I mean, that seems like far too much to me. Unless there is any kind of mistake. But he is going to have to be absolutely foot to the floor now for 6.5 minutes. And of course, depending on when they cross the finish line, they might get one more lap in as well. So we'll try and keep our eyes. There's 2 races here. There's Munro and Ridout at the front. That has been the case for the entire, 9 minutes we've been racing so far. And we're watching Luca race his way from 7th back to 9th, back up to 3rd. And you'll think he'll pull away from Banks and Fletcher now?
I think he will do. I think he'll get his head down. Although, if I was in that position, I'd try and save my tyres a little bit. And you're not going to catch the lead pack, no way.
This might sound like a silly question, but based on what we've seen in the junior saloons, would you rather be Munro or Ridout right now?
Me personally, I think I'd prefer to be Munro, because they're both very smooth, very quick drivers, and you can just command, like he's doing here.
And he moves towards the outside.
You command that inside line. No one's going around the outside of you there.
It's a long old way round, isn't it? And then through the chicane one more time, and it is rinse and repeat for Ridout and Munro. Will there be any change over the last few laps? We're just watching them come through the chicane again. Lucas still in the lead, and
Neil
number
Horan
87
again.
Neil Horan, will he move into 4th place? It looked like it. We'll get him back on pictures in a second, but as they come past our commentary position, it looked pretty good.
Michael Evans got problems.
That is going very slow, isn't it?
Unlucky Michael Evans again.
Oh, you mentioned it, didn't you?
Yeah. Commentator's curse. Sorry, Michael.
Blimey.
And Paul Laurie pulling in as well.
Generally, I mean,
and we've got a crash here as well.
And we've got an incident right in front of our commentary position. Out of the car, and number 7. That's your car.
Big damage.
So there is an incident at the chicane, not on screen right now, but I believe this is probably going to be a safety car. And that is out of the car.
He's out of the car and over.
Wayne, that is your car.
That is my car.
Sorry, I must say was. So championship winning car, the car number 10, currently driven by Ben Wilkinson, I should say, a great young driver, but in the wall at the chicane. And that, I've got to say, that looks a fairly dangerous position to me, but our best marshals in the business will make the decision and on whether this is a safety car or not. As it stands right now, Munro and Ridout will keep racing. And we do have a yellow flag at the chicane now. Oh no, we've got red flag. Red flag is out. And with 4 minutes remaining, in your experience, do you get started, or do you think you call the race there?
I think they'd probably call it, I would think, for us, which would be a mega shame, because Mark may well have been waiting until the end to make a move.
You got that feeling, didn't you? It was just waiting to paint, just sort of nipping at his heels. Won't get the opportunity potentially. And is Luca in 4th here? Luca's down to 4th.
Yeah. Neil Horan's woken up and
Horan
made back past him.
Fantastic. Well, Neil Horan, that might be a podium position to finish with if we get going again. Just to the left-hand side of the screen there. Now it's the car number 10, the Bezo Motorsport Ben Wilkinson car.
That's a real shame to see that.
And you see on your screen there, to the left of that car, there's a building. We are commentating from within that building. That car is literally right in front of our window. So they will continue to filter through. They're going to go into the pit lane. In fact, this is odd because Ridout and Munro were the first cars round, of course. They were sent round to the start of the grid. The rest of the field have gone into the pit lane. So how do they restart this one? If there's a restart, probably, well, we'll wait and see. One lap under the safety car maybe, and then get going again. But we are on a tight schedule. We are already off our original plan of times. It is great to see Ben out the car, having a look at it here. He's just checking under the bonnet and the engine. Just been asked to move to one side. So Munro and Ridout currently joint leaders in the series with 2 wins apiece. And at the moment, I think we've got official results here. So official results, we have got a checkered flag, Wayne, so that is the end. Daniel Munro moves on to 3 wins for the season. Mark Ridout, second place, half a second behind. We didn't get to see the finish we were really looking forward to. We felt it was really bubbling up there, but the best racer, you must say, of the day in race number 1, Luca Stacchini Anzanello, from 7th on the grid, dropped down to 8th and 9th, back up to 3rd. He was flying. He wasn't going to catch the top 2, but he did move to 3rd. However, when he came round the corner, he was only in, I think, 3rd place behind
in the
Neil
case of a red flag. They go back a lap to how it went over the start line.
Absolutely right. So we
previous lap.
Yeah, we didn't see that overtake. So Luca Stacchini Anzanello has got 3rd place officially. That's our official results. And the cars do all make their way off the grid. Wayne, have you enjoyed yourself?
It's been fun, yeah, I enjoyed it.
Excellent. And if you're here tomorrow, please make your way back over to our commentary positions for races 2 and 3. Best of luck and hope you're pain-free as soon as possible. Thank you for your insight. It's so special to have an expert on any series in the commentary box. So thank you for being with us.
Cheers, Ewan, thank you.
So that is the conclusion, of course, of our first Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres, an OT Publishing race of the weekend. Next coming up is the British Truck Racing Championships. I'm going to run over to the media centre to be with Pointy, and I'm going to hand down to James, who has hopefully found a few of our Coupe drivers.
So there's been a bit of confusion as to how this race is finished, but I can confirm to you that the stewards ended up going back to the previous full lap to determine who the top 3 were. So it did finish with Daniel Munro in 1st, Mark Ridout in 2nd, and Luca Anzanello in 3rd. Sorry, I was looking at my notes all wrong there for a second. So let's try and find the first place finisher, Dan Munro, who finished in the number 41 car as our overall winner. He's all the way back there. We spoke to him before the race, and he was looking forward to it, and I think it's fair to say he enjoyed the race as well. Dan, you have been declared the winner of the race. How does that make you feel? Sorry, shall I let you adjust the cap first?
All sorted now.
All sorted, excellent, you look fabulous. But this isn't Paris Fashion Week, this is Thruxton Racing Weekend, and you finished 1st in the inaugural race. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, over the moon with that. Probably, obviously not the way you would have wanted to win it, would have rather won it on track, but I mean, you can't complain, can you? A win's a win. So yeah, really happy with that.
Look, it's points in the championship standing. It's a little bit of confidence with you in this machine. How are you feeling about driving this thing this weekend?
I'm loving it. I just feel like I feel at home. It's like a duck in water. It's all.
And speaking of Paris Fashion Week, it's actually just rejected you completely, like the modelling agents once did to me. Let's talk a bit more about this piece of kit then. How many years have you had this now? How long have you been racing it for?
This is my first year in it.
First year?
Yeah.
And you just won a race in it?
Yeah, so this is my first year in the championship. Prior to this, I did the Ginetta Junior Winter Series, a few test days and some other stuff, JSEC, Ginetta.
Oh, there you go, your friends have returned it for you.
But apart from that though, this is my first full season. This is going pretty well so far.
Has the car got a name as well?
Nah, yet to name it. Yet to name it.
Yet to name it. Wow. Bad luck because it's not got a name. Race. This is incredible. Look, how are you feeling about the rest of the weekend though? You've got a couple more races to come tomorrow. You know, conditions are set to be completely different to today. Does that mean that you've got to attack the weekend differently, or are you just going to keep going as you are?
Just keep going as we are. So, I mean, we had the qualifying, we had a bit of rain in qualifying this morning, and I mean, I was pretty happy in it. So, I mean, rain or shine, I'm looking forward to it.
Rain or shine, you're looking forward to it. We'd love to hear it. Right, thank you very much, Dan. Let's see if we can find second place Mark Rideau. Where on earth has Mark gone? There's Pointy waving at John. Always wanting to get on camera, that man. Where on earth has Mark gone? He's hiding somewhere. He's hiding somewhere. John, this is a maze, this place. Let's try and find him. Where on earth have you gone, Mark? Has anyone seen Mark? Anyone seen Mark? His car's there. Well, John, that's his car. Whether Mark is near the car, I'm not entirely sure. Can you help us find Mark?
I was just looking for him.
We're all looking for him, to be perfectly honest.
Hello, everybody. Their cars, please. Can't tell now.
Right. Well, we've got to go now. Anyway, so let's move over to the side, John. Let's move over this way. Oh, so sorry, getting in the way. So Pointy is down the other end. Let's try and wave him down, and we'll get inside the trucks area, and we'll do this lovely little transition for you. No, you got to get in your car.
No, they're not releasing them yet.
No?
Yeah, it's still perfect, mate.
Excellent. Well, let's have a chat. What a great race that was.
It was really nice. It was a bit sweaty in there, I'm not gonna lie. It's been a while since I had this pressure. Overall, I'm really happy. Coming from 7th, I think I sent an amazing overtake just before the last chicane. The only thing that I'm not happy about it was the amount of contact that there was on this race today, which is part of the Coupe, of course. This is why I love this series. We are very close to each other when it comes to racing, but I think that there are some...
It's not malicious contact, though, is it?
No, I don't want to insinuate anything, just we are all on the limit, and I enjoyed it, but also I kind of scared. But I was a bit scared, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, look, we enjoyed watching it, so you need to get back to your car because I don't know what's going on here. But thank you for taking the time to talk to us. I'm going to hand this to Pointy like a relay race because the trucks are leaving now. There you go.
Thanks. Go. Right, as you can see in the background, the trucks are on their way out, so we're going to go to the live stream now whilst we set up the camera as I meet Ewan in the media centre for some live commentary. Thanks for cutting it so fine, James. And as if by magic, here we are in the commentary box at Thruxton, aka Media Centre. I'm of course joined by Ewan, who's made his way over from the Media Hub.
I have. Looking forward to another British truck racing race. The big rigs out once again. On the front row, Ryan Smith and Dave Jenkins. This, of course, race number 2 is still in championship order because we had no qualifying. So Stephen Powell and Michael Oliver on row 2. Row number 3, John Bowler and Neil Yates. Row number 4, David Smith and Tom O'Rourke. And then we have Division 2, Simon Cole ahead of John Powell. And we should see one more truck on page number 2 if we can get there. But Simon Cole now leading the way in Division number 2 after this round 2 at Pembrey. Any more news on condition of Stuart?
yes, great news. Well, I say great news. He's got 2 broken ribs, which is great news compared to 3 broken ribs. So, you know, racing is very dangerous, but he's walked away from it quite well. He's on his way back as we speak. So he'll be home in time for a hot dog at dinner. And the England game. Oh, is there football on today? No one's mentioned it.
5 o'clock, and it's being shown, I think, in the Thruxton Centre as well, so you can hang around and watch it if you're here at venue. But enough about football. This is a day for motorsport, where the cars take centre stage, and the trucks, of course. But we have had some incredible racing. Really disappointed we couldn't get a proper finish to the Coupe Cup race. However, race number 2 of the British Truck Racing Championship this weekend is now underway.
Right, that's it. It's a fantastic start there for Ryan Smith. Dave Jenkins looking very close, bunched up around that first bend though. Steve Powell caught on the inside as he backs down into 3rd position. Michael Oliver looking, of course, to make a repeat of his fantastic performance earlier on today. Will we see the same kind of battle in the earlier laps from John Bowler and Tom O'Rourke? Looking through the porridge that is our stream again, we can just about see Ryan Smith making a very early lead again. We've spoken to several people this weekend about, is Ryan Smith unstoppable? I mean, I think he is. I spoke to Mark from the circuit earlier on as well. In Parc Fermé we had a moment before the trucks came back in from their last lap, and yes, it does seem like he's bulletproof now.
I mean, when you've got the fastest driver in the fastest truck at the fastest track in the UK, there's always going to be question marks about how do you beat this guy. Now, this is not just truck racing this weekend, it is convoy on the plane as well, which means we've got the Red Dragon Monster Truck. You've been on the Red Dragon Monster Truck ride yet?
I have been on the Red Dragon Monster Truck, yes. It was very exciting, extremely enjoyable. It's a lot more shaky than it looks. You know, you look at it, you think, oh, that'll be all right, but it's not all right at all. Right, here we go. We've got some fantastic racing back on our screen now as Michael Oliver looking for that doorway through Dave Jenkins right on the tail. It's a very close bunch, this 3rd position. Of course, Ryan Smith nowhere to be seen as they power on through. A good couple of seconds advancement as they come through the complex now past the media centre. John Powell, how is he so far up in Division 1? Doing very well. Actually, we got to speak to John Powell after that last race about his troubles with his engine. A team member of his, Adam Richmond, I believe his name is, found a new engine and got it into the truck in the last 4 days. Without him, of course, no racing for John Powell this weekend at all. So, yes, lots of props. Of course, John Powell's been very grateful and, of course, very vocal about thanking this guy for making him or getting him to Thruxton.
I mean, we know throughout the entire BARC sort of series of categories and races, the paddocks are incredibly friendly and yes, competitive, but you've been around the truck paddock more than anybody else. You know it better than anyone. I mean, there is real rivalry in there, but sincere friendship as well, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, look, we can go from the extremes of getting off the track and staring daggers from across Parc Fermé to moments later congratulating each other for the fantastic race. You know, the fact that they've all walked away from it, the fact that it was a good battle. You know, adrenaline is adrenaline. It makes us react, it makes us act, and of course, when everything starts to calm down again, you can appreciate the race for what it was, which of course is entertaining and great to be a part of. You know, and there always is so much support. I mean, we've had Adam Bint not racing with us this season, but he's actually been on every single circuit so far this year, helping the teams with different issues. Round again then to finish lap 4, I do believe, and we're seeing Steve Powell in a very comfortable 2nd place, Dave Jenkins behind him, Michael Oliver for John Powell. And we found out earlier on as well, Dave only had body rub on his tyres, so it was literally he managed to clip the tyres, self-admitted, clip the tyres coming through the chicane, which knocked his panel into his tyre, which is why it was only smoking on certain bends when the vehicle banked over, and that's what was producing the plumes of smoke. Not quite as much smoke, of course, as our poor friend Paul Rivette.
Yeah, that was quite a lot of smoke coming out as he entered the pit lane. Just what about an hour or so ago, but he's back on track. Everything seems to be okay. Now, worth mentioning, this is not just truck racing this weekend. This is the Convoy on the Plain, one of 3 events over the course of the year where all the trucks come in to show how good they are across the UK. So there's plenty of displays. There's Red Dragon monster truck rides, fun for all the family. There's live music. So if you are thinking about watching the racing at Thruxton tomorrow, why not come on down and bring the whole family and enjoy yourself? There is literally something for everyone. Now we are just waiting to get some pictures here back in commentary, so you can see what's going on, and we'll keep filling the gaps here. But in terms of the championship, I know we've mentioned it so many times, but it's a really important factor. Can Dave Jenkins catch Ryan Smith this year? What needs to happen?
I mean, look, there's always a racing prowess side to these things as well as a reliability side to these things. You can be the best driver in the championship in the world. If your truck lets you down, something happens, or someone else goes into you, completely out of your control, it's going to hold you back points-wise overall. This is, of course, when the other drivers will have the opportunity to then claw some of those points back. Now, with the point system as it is this year, as we spoke about earlier on, much bigger bonuses for those top few places, which, of course, really can keep shuffling the deck, so to speak. So if you have any issues, it really is, like I said before, with Division 2, it's to some it's there's not many trucks in Division 2, but now I know that means even more to play for, because it really will be the first one that blinks that will suffer, and everyone else will benefit for literally just being in there.
Now, something else I want to mention this weekend, the British Truck Racing Championship has combined with Man Up, a charity that is trying to raise awareness for men's mental health on and off the track. It started in 2019. Man Up exists to raise awareness about mental health amongst young men, specifically breaking the stigma that surrounds the subject by encouraging openness. So, British Truck Racing Championship working with the charity Man Up. And we do now, Pointy, have some pictures. Excellent. We can see now. We knew it was happening, but we can see Ryan Smith in the lead by 5.3 seconds ahead of Powell, Jenkins and Oliver. Only, what's that, 2 seconds between second, third and fourth. So pretty tight racing. And as you said, Powell in Div 2, currently 6th overall, beating the Div 1 trucks of Smith and Yates.
Indeed, I don't know what's going on there, but of course, being the type of track that it is, not a huge amount of overtaking areas unless you've got excessive power to put down on the person in front of you, or you've really got to have that perfect line every single lap. But of course, it takes lap on lap to start to gain back those seconds. Ryan Smith, of course, flying ahead as we'd expect. I believe he corrected me on the podium earlier on when he said he actually ended with an 11-second lead on the second position, which is incredible. But of course, one we have to watch. Michael Oliver and Dave Jenkins really are in this battle together now. I believe they are all over each other, and of course we're still starting the race in championship order. The reason which, of course, is because of the delays we've had today. And of course we're doing the rolling start as well, which is another thing that I believe keeps catching people out, is the fact that when they're going out on the outlap behind the pace truck, they're completing that first lap, they're not pulling up, they are literally just going boom, we're into it. And of course our friend Stuart in the pace truck driving this afternoon started that race. It really is very close, isn't it, with those two, the battle of third position. But look at that, Ryan Smith almost on a country drive, enjoying the scenery, you might as well, I'd say.
Yeah, enjoying the Hampshire countryside. Now, it is races 3, 4 and 5, which are going to be tomorrow. It's where we're going to have the overtaking taking place. Already today, we've had a few races with very few overtakes. There is, of course, the chicane right at the end, but when you've got a vehicle that is like weighing a few tonnes and a few metres wide, the opportunities for that are getting slimmer and slimmer. However, tomorrow, race 3, 4 and 5, they are reversed grids for the front 8. So the likes of particularly Ryan Smith, if he wants to win, he's going to have to make 7 overtaking manoeuvres. And even so, like of Jenkins, Powell and Oliver, who are going to be, as things stand right now, on the rows 4 and 5 or 3 of the grid, likewise. So yes, it gives the opportunity for the drivers less likely to win, given that jump head start. But for the entertainment, the fans watching, tomorrow is where the action happens.
Oh yes, big time. I mean, yeah, normally the qualifying on the Saturday But again, saying that, for a Saturday, we've still got quite a few spectators, certainly enjoying the weather, which may or may not change tomorrow. So it's always interesting here at Thruxton, because we are, of course, convoy on the plain, very open space, an aerodrome here during the week. We've seen helicopters land a couple of times as well already. But yes, it can literally blow over in seconds. Quick mention though of some of our fantastic sponsors this year, who I don't really think we get too much time to talk to all the time. TRP Parts, of course, supported us with our pace drop earlier on. Our championship tyre sponsor, GT Tyres, who have been massively involved with the sport now for several years, and a fantastic addition it's been to the British Truck Racing Championship family. Dines Motorsport, of course, MB Commercial and Fruhoff, separate companies, both of course ties with our Division 1 driver Tom O'Rourke, building those trailers and of course getting those vehicles into the hands of the people that need them. And Sylvie Fleet, new for this year, also I believe supporting us with our fuel from BWOC, which is a bulk fuel storage company, which provide the championship with their free of charge biodiesel, which of course helps the championship get even closer to that net zero that everyone's so up on talking about. And of course, if there are any issues, we cannot forget our good friends at Total Care Garage Equipment, and they again came in a couple of years ago, and we now see their tower lifts, their mobile tower lifts, in use quite a bit at these truck racing weekends. Ewan?
Well done. I love a sponsor readout. Well done.
I love the sponsors.
And thank you to every single one of them. Now, if you are here at the circuit, Pointy, just a quick one. Has the interview, has the signatures been done yet? Or is that tomorrow?
No, I believe there's going to be a grid walk tomorrow morning, God willing. Everything's still running on time, and I believe that will be a good opportunity for anybody involved to come down onto the grid and get some driver interviews. I do believe that there usually is a driver signing. It will be around lunchtime, because that's when the most people are here, the most entertained.
So if you do get one of your programmes of the event when you arrive at Thruxton over the course of the weekend, in the centrefold there is the opportunity to get your driver autograph, so you can get them then either at the grid walk tomorrow, or hopefully at lunchtime there will be an opportunity to speak to the drivers person to person. Again, it is a very friendly paddock. At any point really you can walk through the paddock when they're not racing and pretty much walk up to and speak to any driver you like. They are that friendly. 3.5 minutes of racing to go. It looks to me as though Ryan Smith is just trying to beat his 11-second gap from race number 1, isn't it?
Racing himself on top of
he's going to come straight to you and go, look, Pointy, 12, look, 12.
Do you remember the ghost cars you used to race against on computer games? I think he can see his own lap time in front of him, and he's just trying to get ahead of it all the time.
Much tighter, of course, for those 4 behind. So Powell ahead of Jenkins. I just see those gaps. 3 seconds in back, but then Michael Oliver just half a second back to Dave Jenkins, and that front 4 there really is the front 4 of the championship. They're not quite in perfect order, apart from Ryan Smith being on top, and they are still close, aren't they? Michael Oliver all over the back of Dave Jenkins. And Jenkins, as we know, can't afford to lose too many points to Ryan Smith. He wants to keep, as long as you can keep within like 1 race's worth of points, there's always a chance, isn't there? Considering it's 20 points for a win, if there's any kind of mechanical issue, I mean, Stuart Oliver has been like the story of issues this season so far. It's terribly sad to be out of so many races. But it just goes to show, if you miss 1 race, you can potentially lose a 20-point gap. So Ryan Smith, yes, he's flying. However, there are opportunities going to be available, depending on, of course, reliability. Just over 2 minutes left of this race. When they cross the finish line, as long as there's not 0 seconds remaining, they can go round 4. They will go round for 1 more lap, and we'll just keep our eyes on this race between these two. What have you pointed out here, Pointy?
I've just had an actual WhatsApp message off Stuart Oliver saying that he's heard his shout out. Thank you very much, and he's on his way back in one piece, so that's good news, isn't it?
I'm not going to be behind the wheel of a truck, but it's great to have him with us. And if we can get 3 men in front of a microphone, he might even join us tomorrow. he joined us, if you didn't listen, at Pembrey for a couple of races, and the insight was just brilliant. I had Wayne Rocket for the Coupe Cup, former championship winner, and they just know things that you can't learn.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, these guys, especially the drivers, know these trucks inside and out. They've been in it so many years in a completely different capacity to us as spectators or commentators. And of course, they really do know the nuances, shall we say, of this sport, the things you should and shouldn't, you can and can't get away with, and that's what makes it racing. So it's lovely to get that totally different perspective on all of the racing there. Looks like though Michael Oliver's dropped back ever so slightly now though, as he's under a bit of pressure from John Bowler, and John Bowler looks like he's absolutely pushing his life out of this truck. Some of the quickest driving we've seen this weekend from John Bowler, as he really is trying to make a gap past Michael Oliver. 12 seconds of 12.1, so he was definitely correct last time he says 11. Wow, 12.14 seconds lead on Steve Powell, second place. But of course Steve Powell's going to be super thrilled if he can make this second place stick, taking his first trophy of the weekend as well.
Yeah, it came into the weekend third in the championship. All points matter. So we'll see this evening. We'll try and get an updated championship table for you ahead of races 3, 4 and 5 tomorrow. So Ryan Smith, if he could slow down now, cross the finish line on 0 and still win this race. However, he will cross the start finish line, which means they will go for one more lap, just in time for that. Maybe you'll get up to 13 seconds lead. Dave Jenkins ahead of Oliver. As you said, John Bowler is 1.4 last time around. That's not going to be the case now as they come through the club chicane. So we'll see the gap as Pointy just spins round to look out the window. Dave Jenkins flies through. There is Oliver and Bowler. So that 1.4 second gap now is going to be down to 0.62. However, overtaking at Thruxton in any vehicle is a challenge. To do it in a truck is another level absolutely entirely. So on to the last half of the lap for our leader Ryan Smith, and here we go. Oh, he's got through Pointy. Pointy moves away and he has got through Bowler over Oliver. He was pushing hard for the last 3 or 4 minutes. He found an opportunity. Back comes Michael Oliver on the inside. Where is this one going to finish? They're trading places. Let's go round the mound, and it is going to be as it stands. Bowler, here comes Michael Oliver on the inside now on the right hand turn. My goodness me, he's going to get it back, and John Bowler will have one more chance into the chicane. You missed that, Pointy. Bowler was in the lead for 2 or 3 corners. Michael Oliver has got it back, and that is going to be maybe the last chance as we watch Ryan Smith go through the chicane, and he will come round the start finish line at Allards for a second win of the weekend, and he is looking absolutely formidable.
The checkered flag is out as Ryan Smith crosses the line, second time this weekend. He's going to be happy about that. Simon Cole there from Division 2 seeing the flag. It's Bowler for Michael Oliver now though. Will he try and make that last move as we see Steve Powell comfortably through on second, Dave Jenkins a couple of seconds behind him. Is the gap good enough? It looks like Michael Oliver is going to be settled nicely in 4th. John Bowler for the 5th place, and quite the gap now until we see Dave Smith making his way round in the number 11. Quick pause from the flag waver there, saving their energy for John Powell ahead of one of the Division 1 drivers, of course taking his second podium this weekend. Him and his teammates are going to be very thrilled about that. Of course, with the points for Division 2, we can only of course hand out one trophy. Neil Yates there in the number 33 coming through. So yes, overall for the entire weekend, Division 2 actually get a 1st, 2nd and 3rd based on points earned across the weekend, because of course there are so few drivers in Division 2. It's nice for them all to go home with a trophy effectively, and it really does mix up weekend by weekend as well. Fingers crossed though, we'll get to see Paul Rivette back out tomorrow, and of course they've got an entire night of work to do as well as a football match to watch, which will be interesting to see if they can focus on one more than the other. Ewan, I think I better set off to the... Oh, there he is, still nursing himself round. I think some serious work to be done there for Paul Rivette as he crosses the finish line, and the flag is drawn in for the last British truck racing race this weekend. So whilst you have a little read through on the screen there, full 10 lap race completed there, average lap time of about 1:37 for Ryan Smith, taking the fastest lap, which of course means extra points for him as well. Second fastest lap he's had this weekend. I would imagine John Powell's going to be getting the fastest lap for Division 2 as well. We're waiting for them to make their way back round now from the parade lap as they pull in to the Parc Fermé. We won't be making the same mistake as we made this morning though, and waiting patiently until the marshals give us the all-empowering nod to enter Parc Fermé to start our interviews. Who do you want to see me interview tomorrow? I think that's what we need to talk about. If you're listening, watching from home, stick us a comment down in the comments box below. I'll have a look through these later on, and then we'll be able to see if you want me to ask any particular questions to any particular drivers, and we'll try and get that done in Parc Fermé, the 3 opportunities that we've got tomorrow. We might even have some time to record one of the trophy presentations as well, which would be nice. So, eagerly awaiting the return of the Titans, the 5-ton, 12-litre, 1,000 horsepower racing machines, making their way now into Parc Fermé. Fantastic racing from all, and no damage to any of them this time. All that started finished, which is what we like to see. Michael Oliver, good drive for him again. But where? Here he is. Just got to wait so we don't get shouted at. We'll get Steve Powell to come round to us so that we don't get our wrists slapped. Steve. Oh God, come on, you see him in the tent in a minute. Unbelievable. You happy? I mean, shall we just go? We'll go. No, fantastic congratulations coming to from all his teammates. Steve, that's the result we wanted, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit disappointed in the first race. Messed the start up a bit, to be fair. I think I was half asleep. So I knew I had to get away there. And even in front of Michael, but result to get in front of Dave as well. And I think we held the gap to him. I'm not sure. I couldn't see him.
No, it was tight. I mean, we didn't see anything at the beginning of the race because we couldn't see anything on the screen again. So, we just looked at the blank and went, "There's racing on there somewhere."
Yeah. No, right. I mean, Ryan had gone, and I see him for a couple of laps in the mirrors, and then I couldn't see him, so just kept me in.
Ryan, within the first 4 laps, pulled about a 6-second lead on the entire pack, which is incredible speed. So yeah, he was away with the fairies, and then it was down to you to lead the race effectively.
Basically, yeah.
The rest of the race. You know?
Yeah, I'm happy. Listen, I'm happy. Look, we're where we need to be. So I mean, he clearly won the first race as well, so everyone's off the pace compared to him. So at least it's not just us. So happy with that. Like I say, very disappointed with the first race today, but see what happens tomorrow. So.
Indeed we will. 3 races tomorrow. Will you be watching the football? I noticed we've got some special livery. Where is it? Did you have it? It's coming home. Is it? Believe that? Do you truly believe that? Predictions?
Do you know what? I think they're going to surprise us. I didn't think... Me and Charmaine were celebrating a minute from against the last game because we could come here and chill out. Obviously we ran the pub and now they've won, and I think, do you know what? I think they got a good chance today. You just never know, they're England, aren't they?
Keep on believing,
yeah,
mate.
we keep on hoping anyway. So. Look, you've got to try it. You've got to be a little bit confident.
You've got to try. We've got to keep...
I'll take them off tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got to keep the pub full, do you know what I mean? Right, let's go and see who else we can find. Steve Powell, ladies and gentlemen. Right, where are we now then? Paul not looking happy with the performance. We spoke to you earlier, we were in such high spirits. What happened? Give us the bad news.
So race 1, our brand new turbo that we put in the truck for today, decided to let go.
Sacre bleu.
We had an old turbo that came off of the Detroit engine that came in this truck when we bought it from Steve Powell. We put that on there, but it's just not producing any boost, as you can see out there.
Indeed, you were a little bit slow, weren't you? Yeah, I could almost feel the frustration. You're like, ah.
Yeah, I mean, it's the way it goes at the end of the day. Sometimes this is motor racing. The guys have worked so hard with everything, and turn up with a new part that's failed is, yeah, it's just a bit.
Is one en route for tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm not sure. we'll have a chat and we'll see what the guys have got in their back
Got
pocket.
to find a turbo from somewhere. It's got to happen.
Anyone out there, if they've got one that wants to run one down, you know.
Andover, set it in your postcode. Andover for a new turbo. And what size turbo is it? Garrett,
You'd have to talk to the boys for that one.
So it's about yay big. About yay big. It's one of them.
It produces a lot of power, I know that much.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can see, you can surely miss it when it's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the thing.
Split every single gear then just to try and everything in it.
So high-low, all the way through.
Yeah.
That's terrible. Because, I mean, normally when you're driving these things, you're actually only using 2 gears, aren't you?
Yeah, I tend to use a few more than the Division 1 boys in this, so I tend to use probably the top 5 gears, basically the top 3 and then split.
Right, interesting.
Round here I'd use the top probably 2 gears split normally.
So yeah, you're up and down like a fiddler's elbow at the moment then.
Yeah.
Well, look, we hope that you get sorted for tomorrow. Predictions for the England match, if you're bothered, or just say no?
No.
Sweet, me neither. Happy days. I'm asking for you at home, I don't care. Right, who have we got? Have we lost everybody? Now, right, let's go this way. Let's go this way. Dave, better result? No, not happy.
No, I'm not. I'm not happy. It's just we weren't fast enough. You know, I seem to have found some rear grip, which was ultimately saving my life out of the chicane and out of the complex.
Lovely.
But I'm having to get out the throttle where I've got it turned in, got it committed, where I should be able to pick the throttle up, and it's just washing out on me. And then the longer you've got lock on round here, the more you're overheating the left front tyre, and the worse the problem gets.
Oh dear.
So we need to go and have a little look at it. But no, not happy. Of course I'm happy. I'm going truck racing, aren't I?
Of course, we love truck racing. It's the only reason you show up, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is.
Well, look, good luck finding out what's going on with that tonight. We have got about a half an hour countdown before we hand out some trophies over at the podium. So just come and have a look. Just come and have a look. Right, thanks, Dave. Thanks.
See you later.
See you later. See you later. Yeah. Right, I am going to hand back to our good friend Ewan now over in the media hub, who will hopefully be running you through some information for Track Attack, which I believe is next on track. And I'll hand the microphone, the baton, back to James.
Go, 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 go! Here we go, here we go. This is the best relay that you'll see until we get to the Olympics. I'm actually so good, I've lost my cameraman. So, let's take a dive into our assembly area here, because there's one person that I definitely want to grab a word with, and that is the driver of car number 11, but they are about to make their way out onto the track, so I don't think it's going to happen. John, we're just going to step back and we're going to let the cars come out, but I'm going to tell you why exactly you should keep your eyes on car number 11. It's being driven by David Whedon, who is a member of the BARC team. He is the events manager as part of this amazing group that organise all these events and keep this sort of racing running up and down the country. And he races once a year, and this is once a year opportunity, and it's a way that BARC say thank you to the amazing work that Mr. Whedon does. And so it's great to see, there you go, there he is in the number 11 car. So it's great to see that he gets the opportunity to race here. So keep your eyes on that car. But for now, all that's left to do is to hand up to Ewan Dunlop, who's going to take you through more action here from Thruxton Racing Track.
Thank you very much, James. It is back to Track Action Racing Club, the most eclectic racing you'll see across this weekend. Earlier we had Paul Roddison beat Charlotte Church literally into the last corner. She led Charlotte Birch by about half a second for the entire 15 minutes. However, right at the death, Roddison stole it from under her wheels. Charlotte Birch then on the front row with Gareth Porter. He was third in race number 1 in his Peugeot 205 GTI. Paul Roddison in the Scirocco got the win in race number 1 from second on the grid. Charlie Constable has got a Scirocco second row. Will Arif in the BMW Compact is on row number 3 with Adam Harding in our first Citroen Saxo on the grid. Got a Mazda MX-5 Mark IV with John Halliwell and William Hornsey in the Peugeot 106 on row 4. Row 5, Ricky Abel in the Nissan 370Z. That had an interesting finish to race number 1. Might might try and find out what happened there. And on row number 5 with him was Andrew Mitchell. He's on row 6. On row 5, I want to find out, it was Lee Hollins. Sorry, that was Lee Hollins we missed. Row 6, David Clark in the Renault 5 GT Turbo. Andrew Mitchell in the Peugeot 206 GTI. Row number 7, Paul Rice, another 206 GTI, and that's the story for a little while. Stephen Fletcher alongside him on row 8, Matt Anderson. Alongside Noah Checkley in the Citroen Saxo VTR. Then it's 206 GTIs all the way with Matt McCarthy, Jake Richardson, Dave Whidden and Harley Connolly. And final page, just a couple more to show you. Stephen Rigby and Jacob Baldry, that's a Mazda MX-5 for Rigby, 206 for Baldry. And then Joel Daniels in a Renault Clio and a Peugeot 205 for Adam Croft. So just in front of me, I can see the cars coming around the final chicane and making their way up to the grid. So front row, Charlotte Birch, Gareth Porter. Second row, Paul Roddison, winner of race number 1, alongside Charlie Constable. And in race number 1, just about weren't affected by back markers. They do get quite ahead, the Civics and the Scirocco's. So let's see what happens in race number 2. I do believe we've got every car from race number 1 in race number 2, which is always good to see. However, that Nissan 370 definitely had some bodywork missing at the end of race number 1. So some fantastic work by the pit crews. This is our penultimate race of the day. We finish with the Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsport to close out the action. So those at the back just making their way up to their grid positions. So on the left-hand side, there's Charlotte Birch in the pink trim, and on the right-hand side in the black, number 46, Gareth Porter. So things look good at the back of the grid, and they're away. Oh, look at Paul Roddison come straight through the centre of the front row, and on the outside in the Peugeots, that was a great start too. Who is going to lead into the first corner? Let's have a little look as we pick up things at the front. It is Charlotte Birch, but that was a great start by Paul Roddison, and he moves straight into second position, which means Gareth Porter, who started on the front row, he's down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th position. Poor start for Porter, and he will be an angry man and keen to make up positions as quickly as possible. But look at Charlotte Birch go. She would. She interviewed fantastically well and politely at the end of race number 1. She would have been absolutely, well, a combination of devastated and furious. And what a way to start race 2. We should have anticipated this, really, shouldn't we? So as I just get my paperwork back in order after rushing over from the media centre with Pointy. Again, it's always great to have an expert join us anywhere on any races across the weekend. Roddison looking down the outside towards the club chicane of the Scirocco, fellow Scirocco. Oh, over the grass there. Hashtag track limits. Well, the two Sciroccos will work together. Oh, and the boot's up on the Saxo. Hang on a second. Well, maybe that adds a little bit of downforce. Who knows? Maybe that's tactical. They're not going to stop and close that, surely. This entire race, we're going to see a boot up. Well, we've seen some things today. Oh, just a bit too high on the curbs, losing that. Going 3 wheels through the third corner. Paul Roddison will be all over the back here of his fellow Scirocco driver. started on the second row of the grid. Currently leading class, and it is just the two Scaroccos. That's why you see the purple or pinky, name the colour of your choice, for Constable and Roddison. I mentioned all the different series too. You got first place leaders right down to position around about number 10. In fact, yeah, of our first 11 on the grid, 10 of them are leading their class. So in that case, now we've got yellow cars and I believe safety car coming out as well. I didn't spot anything worthy of a safety car. What's happened here? I wonder if we can get images anywhere. Maybe at the back half of this. So there's the safety car. Has someone gone off? Now, that's really unfortunate for Charlotte Birch, because she had got out a 4-second lead over the battling Scaroccos of Constable and Roddison, and she'll have to start again pretty much from scratch. Gareth Porter started on the front row, currently in 4th place. Actually, yeah, 4th place. I was counting the safety car as I was looking through the grid there, or through the positions. So I still am unsure what the reason for the safety car is. We've got nothing in picture. So we do have a tow truck coming out onto track, so somebody is off. So it's going to be either, is it Fletcher, Baldry or Croft? Is that a car on the right hand side? Yes it is, there we go. So right hand side. Now, I believe that is one of our static cams, so there's nobody manning that one, so we can't sort of focus in and zoom in on that right hand side. Can we grab it from somewhere else? Who's got the most zoom on their camera at trackside? We'll wait and find out. I think it might just be behind the trees there, in fact, unfortunately. So we can't see it, but it must be either Fletcher, Ballery or Baldry or Croft is the only 3 that started but aren't racing right now. So we'll wait for that to be cleared. We might be here for a few minutes, which, oh, we can just see the top of it. Oh, that's is that a Saxo or a Peugeot? Can't quite make out that number. There's a light blue, is a Peugeot. So, but there's loads of them. But if we can try and work it out from the car numbers. I've just for a moment misplaced my entry sheets. Ah, I've got it, fantastic. So let's try and match up some numbers here. So it might be, I think it might be Adam Croft. He's in one of the Peugeots and he's right at the bottom. Stephen Fletcher is also in a Peugeot, and forgive me, I don't know the liveries well enough. We are, oh, red flag, oh dear. So with over 8 minutes remaining, now the broom is coming out, which means there's debris on track, so there must have been a collision before the off. Now as they come round, I'll try and spot any car with any sort of damage. Now I'm surprised by, I mean, we have in the UK the best marshals in the business. I just would like to know the red flags. So there must be quite a lot of debris down there, or at least debris long enough to, of course, get marshals out onto the track to clear it. Safety first, as we've seen this weekend. We might have it top right of your screen here. Let's have a little look. We're looking for a blue Peugeot, light blue Peugeot, and that's a slide there. So slide, and there's one going to the side. Oh dear, yeah, T-boned. So there's actually 2 cars off. We can only see one of them, but there is 2 off. So is that Croft and Baldry maybe? Ah, that's a real shame. Because that was... Now, so that's another one being towed. That's not one of the 2 in the collision potentially. Because that's not the light blue Peugeot, but again there was 2 in the incident. Either way, a real shame for Charlotte Birch at the moment, because she was flying a 4-second lead. So that is the second of the 2 cars that came off, we understand. So it's just a 2-car incident. Both will have clearly race-ending damage though, but we hope both drivers are okay. So Charlotte Birch was leading by 4 seconds, and it was the 2 Skiroccos that were the real fight of that race. Gareth Porter started on the front row of the grid, dropped down to 5th at the first corner, made his way back up to 4th, and they're just coming past that commentary position. So we will await information on what happens next. There is one of the cars. Yeah, terminal damage front right. And they just have 2 races today, the Track Action Racing Club. So that will be repaired hopefully for the next round. And that is the 126, the Stephen Fletcher's Peugeot 206 GTI. That's seen some days, that recovery truck, hasn't it? That's been around a few years. Let's get back to the start then. Charlotte Birch on front, Gareth Porter on the right-hand side, and the Skiroccos came flying through on the inside and the outside. And then towards the first corner, Gareth Porter found himself down in 5th. Charlotte Birch found herself with some air behind her as she let the Skiroccos battle between themselves. Roddison and Constable went side by side for the next 4 or 5 minutes before the red flag. Gareth Porter would get 1 space back before that red flag. And let's just hope we do get a restart. We've got 1 more race today after the conclusion of the Track Action Racing Club race number 2. And in front of me I can just see a few of the drivers getting their doors open to get some air into the car. That was Porter back into 4th. Then we saw the boot up. Great chance to get the boot down. So, unlucky for some, good for others. In fact, he wasn't going too badly with the boot up. And that top right hand corner of your screen there, that is the old T-bone. I'm not sure. I think it was the car of Fletcher that initially skidded out, lost his rear end, and then going into the rear was... Who did we say it was? And there are the drivers, one of the drivers at least waiting. Get some air into the car. And that is the car you're looking at there of number 42. So that is Paul Rice getting some fresh air. Teammate behind the number 43, that's Harley Connolly. Doing likewise. The 155 there, that is Ricky Abel's Nissan 370Z. Is, in my opinion, the best looking car on the grid. We got one in the pits there. Looks like a Saxo. And that 111, that's the Mazda MX-5 of Stephen Rigby. Now, I understand that the safety car has a flat tyre. Now, we have had some delays today, and I've seen plenty of delays across my time covering BARC TV. And I think we're restarting without the safety car. So will they grid up, or will it be a rolling start? Eight-minute restart, I understand, and they will be a grid restart in order of how the race was paused, which means Charlotte Birch out in front, Constable and Roddison in the Scaroccos, and then Gareth Porter in the Peugeot 205 GTI. That's how they line up. So from left to right, Charlotte Birch and Paul Roddison in the Scirocco. In front of him on the right hand side alongside Charlotte Birch, Constable, and then Porter in the 205. Currently behind them, that is John Halliwell in the number 2. It's one of the Mazdas. That is beautiful, isn't it? That's the Nissan 370Z. Ah, there you can see the damage. Yeah, I was right. At the end of race number 1, he crossed the finish line to finish the race, but then entered the pits with damage. We're not sure what happened on the cool-down lap, but there was front left superficial, thankfully, damage, not weekend ending. That would have been a shame, but they've put that back together incredibly well. And if you've ever ridden in one of those cars, a 350Z, they can be incredibly loud. Fantastic to drive in. We've got the Saxos and the Peugeots will complete most of the back of the grid. And I wonder if we'll see Stephen Rigby. I imagine will start from the back. He was the one going the wrong way up the pit lane a moment ago in the light blue Mazda MX-5. That's him right there, in fact. That's quite a livery, isn't it? Light blue and yellow wheels. That is a real mix of vehicles, isn't it? Mazdas, Nissans, Sciroccos, Peugeots. And that's why we love BARC TV and all the races they put on, all the series. There's still a couple of doors open here. Last couple of moments of fresh air. Now, we have had plenty of rain today. I tell you what, right now it is glorious sunshine in every single direction. So right now, Charlotte Birch has led. Let's say we've had 15 plus 7. She's had 22 minutes of racing so far today in the Track Action Racing Club. Charlotte Birch has led, well, 21 minutes and 50 seconds of those 22 minutes, let's call it. And she's yet to cross the line in first place. If there's any justice in the motorsport world, she'll get away cleanly and hold on. And can she build up a 4-second lead again? Can Gareth Porter get a better start? He's at the far left of your screen at the top there in the black 205.
Race after this for the minis again before we bring the stage to a close.
Birch, in fact, is the... I thought there was two. She's in the only Honda Civic this weekend. Now, as I mentioned earlier in race number 1, the reason we have so many classes here because the Track Action Racing Club is open to pretty much anybody in any kind of tin top. Within this series itself, you've got the Britannia Marks Cup for any British cars like the Rovers, MGs, Triumph, Vauxhalls, Lotus, GT5s, GT Cup cars. And you've got the Deutsche Mark Cup for the Germans, the Audis, the BMWs, the Porsches, the Mercedes. You've got the French Beauties, the Tricolor Trophy Cup for all the French vehicles, that's your Peugeots. There is a 206 GTI Production Cup though, just for the 206. That's why there's so many of them. And then you've got the Nippon Challenge for the Japanese marks as well. Oh, we got some overheating. Is that the rear of Constable's Scirocco, or is that the front of the Mazda? That's coming out the bonnet of the Mazda apparently. That is not, is that just sort of sitting overheating? Or is it, no, it's the back of the Scirocco. It's the back of Constable Scirocco. Unless I... So that's coming out the exhaust and he's away. Scirocco. I'm getting corrected by my director here. Absolutely fine. Well, we will have a rolling lap to get the temperature back into the tyres. I've now had a third input, definitely Scirocco. I'm going with it. A fourth opinion, anybody back there? Now this is the one job in the world as a commentator where you want to be corrected. So, and I get plenty of it on YouTube as well. Any messages afterwards? Please, please, a commentator worth their salt will never be offended by being corrected. It's our job to get the facts and the stats and the car names right. Now, we're not entirely certain whether this will be a rolling start or a grid start. Now, generally a rolling start is behind a safety car, but the safety car is out of action, unfortunately. So we'll wait and see. You will know at the same time as I do whether this is a rolling start or a grid start. Well, let's find out together. Now, I would say if this was a rolling start, those cars would be much closer together because they wouldn't want to lose any distance at all. They would be bunched up behind Charlotte Birch. That's not the case, so I'm going to go with grid start and wait for that to be confirmed. And they're just rolling past me at the chicane, so yes, it's got to be grid start. The Mazda MX-5, Stephen Rigby driving. That car looks too good to be at the back, doesn't it? Right then, back to the front. No smoke coming out the Scirocco of Constable. Charlotte Birch, can she get her third great start of the weekend? Can Porter on the right get a better getaway than he did around about 10 minutes ago? This is going to be a great 8 minutes. And we're away. 8 minutes to go then. Charlotte Birch does get away well, as does Constable. Porter as well on the outside. The rest of the Peugeots and the Saxos, the Mazdas, fall in behind. And Charlotte Birch looks to be away. She is indeed. Gareth Porter moves past Rodison and into third place on the race. So he splits the Scirocco's. They are the two of the front 10 really that are racing against each other. Of course, everybody wants to cross the finish line in first place. It is a beautiful day now here in Hampshire, and the fastest track in the UK, Thruxton, put on a great show. Now, hang on a second, I was looking at a front view there, and I thought that was Gareth Porter. It's not Gareth Porter, that is Adam Harding in the Citroën Saxo. He has moved up into third place ahead of Paul Roddison. So Gareth Porter falls down to 6th place right now. Well, didn't spot that one in the melee at the restart. Charlotte Birch leads with 6.5 minutes of racing, so they'll get 4-ish more laps in depending on when they cross the start and finish line. The Saxo has dropped a position to Constable down to 4th, and I didn't think that would take too long. The Scirocco is the much more powerful and car on the straight line particularly. So we have Honda Civic, Scirocco, Saxo, Peugeot. And I tell you what, Charlotte Birch is flying again. In race number 1 this morning, or very early this afternoon, first race of the day at 12:40-ish, she was... well, she couldn't get half a second lead on Paul Roddison. But now, well, whatever her and her team did in the, 3 hours between race number 1 and 2, guys and girls, it has worked. The Saxo and the Peugeot going head to head towards the club chicane, and Gareth Porter, can he come through to grab 4th place? As the Scirocco's, yes he does. Fantastic work. So as you were pretty much at the restart with the Scirocco's switched Roddison into second, and now Roddison's through into second. He will start the charge now on Charlotte Birch. He was the big competitor, winner of race number 1 on the final corner of the final lap. Charlotte Birch will want to avoid a repeat of that. Oh, bit of a loose rear wheels from Constable. Will that let Porter through? He's on the accelerator, looks to the outside, moves to the inside. Constable goes wide. Porter pulls alongside in the Peugeot and gets ahead of the Scirocco. That is a wonderful move. He set that up 2 corners ago, and he gets through, gets the job done. And Constable has a Peugeot in front and a Peugeot behind now. That was racecraft from Porter. Knew exactly what he was doing. Charlotte Birch. And this gap is lessening. Oh, another one goes through. Constable under pressure again. That is Adam Harding's Citroën Saxo. That is 2. Oh, loses the rear end, but maintains position over track limits, but through into the start finish. Well, that is hanging on by the skin of your teeth. And he has gained, well, a few seconds there on the Saxo. The BMW and the Peugeot again. It's so good that all of these cars are so far. Oh, we got one car off at the club chicane. No impact. They will get going again. It's the at the club chicane, final corner. One of the Saxos, it looks like. Oh no, it's not. It's a Peugeot 206. But they are back up running again. Let's concentrate back on the front. And the car that came off, it was the number 43. Harley Connolly in the 206 GTI. There's it just at the bottom of your screen there, just going through. and maybe has... Oh, he's pulled in. Yeah, so that is Harley Connolly. Lost it at the chicane, and now he's pulled in. So there was no impact at all. There was no impact. Slid off track. Let's get back to the lead though. 2 minutes remaining. Oh no, is this going to be a repeat of race number 1? I hope for Charlotte Birch's sake not. She leads Roddison and Porter. She would not want to see the Scirocco of Roddison in her rear view mirror. But Roddison has to be very aware that right behind him is the Peugeot of Gareth Porter. So this is a three-way battle for the lead. Just over a second and a half separating the three of them. And Constable, well, he's dropped 3.8 seconds back. So he was in second place at the restart, maintained it for a little while. Seems to be falling away. He's got Hardigan Arif on his back now. But let's concentrate at the front. This is where the race is going to be won and potentially lost to. Birch and her supporters, family and friends watching, will be desperate for her to cross the finish line in first place. She's got a big challenge on her hands, because Roddison is going to be all over. Sticks right behind, gets in the slipstream, moves to the outside. Birch defends towards the chicane, and she will lead in this time. They will have 2 more laps of this race, because they'll cross the finish line with 30 seconds to go. So they'll get 1 more lap of this race. Forgive me, final lap. Charlotte Birch, she led race number 1 into the final lap ahead of Paul Roddison. It's the same again, it's a carbon copy. 0.4 of a second between them. Got to keep your eyes on Porter in third too. We saw in the junior saloons how somebody can wait and watch and wait for their moment and jump from third to first. Birch extends her lead. 2/3 of the track remain, the long right-handers. Through the first of 2 sweeping chicanes. Roddison looks towards the inside, sticking in her mirrors. And this is where he did the magic in race number 1. Can Birch hold on? Roddison all over the back. We won't take our eyes off this one. Birch going for her first win of the weekend. Roddison right up behind. This is where he did it last time. Exactly the same position. Will he move out? Sticks behind, moves to the outside. No, thinks better, goes to the inside. Charlotte Birch defends well. 1 chicane to come. Moves wide. Charlotte Birch holding position. Roddison moves to the inside. Charlotte Birch gets through, and she will cross the start-finish line. She will get her win. Charlotte Birch defends Paul Roddison, and at the second time of asking, takes a win in the Track Action Racing Club at Thruxton. Roddison settles for second. They share the spoils. 1 win apiece. Porter takes third for the second time today. The same 3 on the podium. The top 2 steps will flip. Harding in the 333. That is the Citroen Saxo, wins in class. Constable drops down to 5th from 2nd at the restart in the Scirocco battle. And then Arif in the car number 15, racing Ben Algar's car. The Algar Motorsport car, the BMW Compact. Clark in the 86, Halliwell, Abel and Hollin, all winners in class. Hornsey second in the Clios. And then the battles of the 206s. We can't forget about that. The battle of the 206s goes to Anderson in the 25. Well, Let's get some official results for you. Charlotte Birch on top in the Honda Civic, 1.01 seconds ahead of Paul Roddison. In race number 1, there was a tenth of a second between them. Paul Roddison was on top, so Birch gets a win. Gareth Porter in the 205 GTI, third place. He was in every position from second to sixth in that race, I think. Adam Harding wins the Saxo race, 10 seconds behind your leader, winner in class. Constable, the second of the two Scirocco's. Will Arif in the BMW Compact, winner in class, as is David Clark in the Renault 5 GT Turbo. Mazda MX-5 Mark IV of John Halliwell wins the Mazda class. Ricky Abel in the Nissan 370Z. Lee Hollin, Mazda MX-5. Second in class, William Hornsey in the 106 battle. And the battle of the 206 GTIs, Matt Anderson ahead of Paul Rice and Noah Checkley. Porter gets the fastest lap, 1:27.62. And now, if James is ready, we will head down to Parc Fermé to have a chat with our race winners.
Well, an eventful race to almost be the penultimate act of today's racing, and Charlotte Birch has gone one better in this race. After finishing second in race 1, she's finished top in race 2. Charlotte, I know you've not even had a chance to put the hat on, but I need to ask you, how does it feel to bump yourself up one position to the top spot of the podium on this occasion?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were after in that last race. Paul tried it again into the chicane last corner of the last lap, but managed to hold him off. Obviously we had 2 starts, and I think they were both pretty decent starts. My first one was probably a little bit better. I pulled a massive gap. Had a plan in my head for the safety car restart, and obviously we had the red flag in the end, so yeah, I'm happy.
You should be happy as well. I mean, this has got to fill you with a lot of confidence going into the final day of racing, and then potentially for the rest of the season as well.
Yeah, of course. I'm not sure how many more track actions we're going to do this year. I'd like to probably do maybe a couple more. But yeah, we'll see how we go. Obviously, really enjoy racing the track actions. Yeah.
Well, look, and the sun's shining now today, and it's certainly shining on your weekend at the moment at Thruxton. Look, go enjoy the celebrations with everyone. We're going to try and find our second place finisher, Charlie Constable, wherever that man has run away to. Well, he's not actually finished yet. But we can grab Paul Roddison. Sorry, Paul Roddison's finished second. I'm getting all mixed up, Paul. I'm so sorry. Do you know what? I got confused because I was looking at the restart order, not the finishing order. Paul, you managed to wangle yourself into second place. I know it's not the win like you got the first time round, but you still must be pretty happy with finishing in the top 3.
Always good to finish in the top 3. Obviously, I got a bad start and I got held up a little bit. The race wasn't long enough, and Charlotte, to be fair to her, she drove a cracking race. And as much as I could get close to her, but it wasn't close enough to do anything, so I gave it a good shot on the last one. I ended up cutting the corner, but yeah, fair play to her, she did a cracking race.
And look, conditions really favouring some fast racing, some fun racing. You must be looking forward to tomorrow, because we can expect more of the same, can't we?
Well, unfortunately we're not here tomorrow, so this is our last race this all today, so yeah,
Well, you made me all sad now. You burst my bubble. I thought we were going to see more of you at the front row. Well, look, let's rephrase that question. Have you enjoyed this weekend? Are you looking forward to the rest of the season now?
It's been an epic weekend. This car's up for sale, so whether I'm in it or not at the next round.
I'm going to say no. We've got to do our wheeler dealer impression. We've got to be sort of Mike Brewer-esque almost. So we've got a motor here for sale, guys. If you want to maybe take a look, John, if you want to show it off, tell us about how old it is.
It's a 2009 car, but it's always been a race car, so it's only done 18,000 miles. It originated as the VW Coupe car, and I've had a cracking season with it. But I'm building a new car for next season, which is why it's up for sale.
How much do you want for it?
20 grand.
I'll give you a bag of cheese and onion crisps. How's that sound?
Bargain.
Legend! Well, let's try and find third place. Thank you so much for that, Paul. Let's try and find Gareth Porter, wherever he has got to. There he is. Gareth, you can't hide from me forever. You've done it again, top 3. You must be feeling pretty good.
It's getting better and better. So I haven't raced for many years, and each time I go out, you learn a bit more. It comes back to you. But I ran out of petrol on the last lap. It had petrol starvation.
Look, you still managed to sneak it home for a top 3 finish. Are we seeing you racing tomorrow as well? Or are you going to suddenly crush my dreams?
No, I'm going home now. That's it for us.
You're going home? I can't believe it. I'm really sad now. But look, are we going to see plenty more of you for the rest of the season?
Maybe, yeah. See if I can get out again. I've enjoyed it.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gareth. We're going to try and make our way around to see if we can actually grab David Whedon, because I wanted to chat to him before the racing started. David, Mr. BARC himself.
How are we doing?
I'm good. How are you? You're taking my job from me. You need to tell me how you are. How was that race?
That was a cracking race. That, yeah, absolutely superb. We just me and 11 and 111 had a little bit of a race long battle, and he's obviously in a Mazda and I'm not, and I had to drive as hard as I possibly could there to keep him behind me. But we had a cracking little race by ourselves at the back, out of the way of everybody else, and that was a real good one. Yeah, it was nice that it was finally a bit warm and sort of we could go as quickly as we possibly.
Now look, I've got to talk to you a bit more about your work with the BARC. I mean, this is done kind of as a thank you to you, isn't it? Once a year,
and it's just a thank you from Dave Beecroft and Junior Saloons for coordinating the JSCC, and so every year he lets me drive his car at Thruxton. It's obviously my home circuit, so happy days, and yeah, I've really had a good weekend. It's been cracking. So I've actually run. I want to show you this. This is in tribute to my grandmother, who was a massive racing fan. So I'm racing under the Macquarie name this weekend, Nakuri Macquarie.
That's absolutely beautiful, David.
Do you know what I mean? So, and that's the clan crest is the queue. So yeah, racing for my gran this weekend. Who would have loved it? She's been dead nearly 20 years now, but she would have been here and supporting as usual. So,
but they never really leave us, do they, David?
No, certainly not. But racing for her today.
But look, honestly, thank you for all the work that you do, and honestly, that's an amazing tribute. And congratulations on taking part this weekend. Look, the cars for the next race have already gone out, so not to sound too presumptuous, but I'm going to leave David to it, and we're actually going to get up to. We're going to get up to Ewan in commentary, because now it's the mini challenge club sport with AirTech Motorsport, and we're going to get up to Ewan Dunlop in commentary. He's going to take you through the final round of action here on Saturday at Thruxton Circuit.
Thank you very much, James. Great to speak to or hear from a few of our drivers in the track action. Their second and final race of the weekend is done. Tomorrow they're replaced by the MG Owners Club. Now let's go through the grid for our last race of the weekend, the Mini Challenger Club Sport with AirTech Motorsport. On row number 1, Stephen Berry, Ross Alexander and Ian Trundley on row number 2. This is correct, by the way. There's 3 different grids. They do start completely separately. There's gaps between the 3 different classes. Row number 7, Freddie Hewitt and Jamie Ringer, and there are also 2 types, so there's the 53s and the 56s. We'll get into this, don't worry. But Freddie Hewitt and Jamie Ringer, and then row number 8, Zach Blackwell and Charlie Newton-Darby, Charles Heatley and Gary Papworth on row number 9, row number 10, Lauren Taylor and Ben Trundley. Should see 3 more cars on this one. And there we are, row 11, Lee Campbell, Paul Sawyer and Sophie Wright at the back. Then we should see another page with 3 more cars in the Cooper class. There we go, look at that. Andy Langley, Daniel Truman and Neil Clark, and that is the C or Cooper class that they are racing in. So we effectively had, there's 3 grids here effectively, but there's actually 4 championships, because the 53s and the 56s race together behind the Open and in front of the Coopers. So you will see 4 different colours on the timing chart on the left, because the 53s and the 56s have their own separate championships, but they also combine for an overall S-Class as well. Now, importantly, leading the championship in the Open class, Ross Alexander over Stephen Berry. In the 56 class, Freddie Hewitt is leading Jamie Ringer. In the 53 class, Zach Blackwell over Charlie Heatley. And the combined 53 and 56, Freddie Hewitt is on top, ahead of Jamie Ringer and Zach Blackwell. And in the Cooper class, Andy Langley leads Neil Clark, Dan Truman and Jeff Surrey. Now the front 3 that were just in your picture, or the top of your picture now, that's again the Open class, Ian Trundley, Stephen Berry and Ross Alexander, with Berry on pole. His Berry's pole lap was 300ths quicker only than Ross Alexander. And we're away. Oh, we got a non-starter at the back of the 53-56 class. Can't get the number. We'll come back to that in a moment. That was done really well. The guys and girls behind to switch left and right without going into the back of that one. Oh, they're away now. They've just got away. So it is the 3 open cars that will most likely finish 1, 2, 3 in this field. And we'll come on to specification a little bit later. Out in front though, the 3 open cars. Let's have a look who's leading the 53-56 combination behind them. I tell you what, one of those is going to move into 3rd place potentially. Let's have a look here as they run around the long right-hander. Oh, bit of a just one on the back, just picking some dust up with the rear wheels. Again, this is our last race of the weekend. Leading the open class right now. Ross Alexander. It's a lead of 32 points he's got in the championship over Stephen Berry. In the open class, there's very few restrictions on what you can do with those minis. They are all, of course, Mini Coopers. Every single car in the grid is a 1.6 litre Mini Cooper or Mini Cooper S. Now, keeping on top of these things can be a challenge, simply because you've effectively got 5 championships to look after at the same time. We will do our best. If only Dave Goddard were here. Hey. So Berry leads, the pole sitter. And I tell you what, Ian Trundley has dropped down to 5th place. After being third on the grid. However, looking deeper into the stats here, his qualifying time was 1:34, and the fastest of the 53 and the 56s, which was Freddie Hewitt, was a 1:30.695. So this is not a surprise, because Ian Trundley, there were 3 cars in the group behind that were quicker than him in qualifying. And just to give you some perspective, the Cooper class or the C class at the back, they were lapping in 1:37s, 1:38s. So maybe not such a surprise as I maybe imagined to begin with, Trundley being down to 5th, but that should be around about his position really. He was roughly 5th, 6th on the grid in qualifying times, not positioned, because they're grouped accordingly. Now, Stephen Berry is going to be very, very quick here, half a second quicker than, other than Ross Alexander, anybody else on track. I don't think it's quick enough for them to find traffic by the end of this 15 minutes, but I may be proven wrong. You can see there on the timing as well, it was the number 33, that was Lauren Taylor, who didn't get away particularly well off the start line. So she is 33 seconds down. She was stationary for, well, that length of time. Berry and Alexander will be the race torch at the front anyway. They are the only 2 cars actually that have completed the first 2 rounds in full of the Airtech Motorsport Mini Challenge Club Sport competition. This is their 3rd round of competing. They've already been to Brands Hatch and Castle Combe. Blackwell, the car number 1, he actually started 3rd in the 56-53 competition, and he is leading that class now by, well, 2 seconds over Heatley, who is 2 positions behind him on track. Now we've got a lot to keep our eye on here. As mentioned, 5 effectively different competitions. There is 4, going side by side, I tell you what, through the chicane, Berry and Alexander, and behind them as well, that's Hewitt and Ringer. Well, Hewitt maintains position from the last time around, but that will give Ringer a lot of confidence onto the next lap. Very nearly got the position, and that's Alexander past Berry, the leader. So the front 2 has switched places. Berry leads, for the first time in this race. Second in the championship to Alexander. Hewitt and Ringer behind them. So two brilliant battles of pairs at the top of their respective series. And then you got Blackwell 4 seconds clear of Newton. Charlie Newton-Darby in second place in the 56-53 class. Now look at this. This is the front of the whole race. This is front on track. This is Berry defending Alexander. Don't they look fantastic, by the way? Great looking cars. I've got to say, particularly the car of Ross Alexander. That is probably my favourite looking Mini in the paddock today. It just looks absolutely beautiful. Looks like a little British bulldog. But it's behind Ross Alexander right now. Down at the bottom of the field, Butt leading in class. Andy Langley started on pole in the Cooper class, but Clark has got ahead of Truman, who started on the front row alongside Langley. So Andy Langley, Neil Clark and Dan Truman will battle for the Cooper class. Only a couple of seconds between those three guys. We'll keep our eye on that one as we look towards the front. And I'll tell you what, Ross Alexander has picked up something in this lap, because he's moved what was nose to tail racing to maybe a half a second advantage. Here comes Berry. Berry does seem to have the power on the straight, doesn't he? Definitely pulled back some time there. And this is the race for third and fourth place. Hewitt, Ringer and Blackwell in that too. Hewitt holding on. Ringer just looking left and right. It's so hard to find a place to overtake. And as they fight, you'd have just seen a flash there of the blue of Zach Blackwell. He started in third place in class, third on track right now. Ian Trundley dropping down to 8th place overall, third in class. And Blackwell leading class is 11 seconds clear of Charlie Newton-Darby, who is in second in class, and Heatley just 0.3 seconds behind. But we'll stick with Hewitt and Ringer for a second as they come through the long left-right-hander sweeping turns. And it just keeps going, doesn't it? And that is foot down racing. Hewitt looks great. Back to the front then. Alexander over Berry. No change in position or gap between the two. They'll keep each other very honest for another 6 minutes. You have got to be, whether you're leading or chasing, on it every single turn at Thruxton. There is no room for error. Really comes down to also who's the bravest. We know the average speeds around here are ridiculously high. This is the fastest track in terms of average speed that these guys and girls will race on all year. They might not match the time of Damon Hill in 1993 in his Formula One Williams, as we just watch a great little race. Two might become three, in fact, as they switch to the left-hand side. Damon Hill averaged 147 miles an hour. 147 miles per hour is what I was trying to say. Average time, average speed. This is race number 8. It's late in the day. Oh, is there a little bit of damage there on the third race there. So 44. That is watching Heatley and Campbell. And Patworth behind them, it should be. Oh, a switch inside. Almost took out 2 positions there. So Heatley chasing Newton, fending off Campbell. So this is second, third and fourth in class. No change in your leader, just come past our commentary position. So let's stick where the real head-to-head battling is. Oh, that's slowing down. That is not an overtake. Well, that is an overtake, but there's issues there. It looks to me. Newton and Heatley with just over 4 minutes remaining. This is for second and third in the 53-56 class. This is, in fact, particularly the 53. And this is brilliant. We've seen some close racing today across every single race. And that is a move to the inside. Oh, they rub on the rear. Just holds position. Newton holding on. And the most minor racing incident. Newton holding off Heatley, continues to do so. 3.5 minutes of racing remaining. And that is battle for second and third in the 53 competition, which is also combined as an overall championship with the 56-2. Hewitt in 5 leads the 56s, third in the race as it stands. Alex Thurston ahead of Berry, just come past our position as they lead through the chicane. They have pulled out a fair chunk of time though on Hewitt, 8 seconds down. He won't care a jot, he's winning his own race. Look at this again, more opportunities. We'll come back to that in a minute. And this is Langley, so this is 1, 2 and 3 in the Coupe class. So we've not seen too much of this, but let's enjoy this for a moment. So Langley ahead of Clark, ahead of Truman. And that is in fact the order in the championship right now in the Coupers. Langley leading on 348, almost a 90-point lead over Neil Clark. And that is going to be extended, although Clark will move to the outside, trying to go the long way round. Doesn't always work this, and it should be defended, but he's not going to give up lightly. At the oh my goodness, and they go through. Langley confident through the chicane, and that brings Clark into play. It doesn't just bring Clark into play, it puts Clark into second. Well, whilst you're trying to attack, you've got to remember to defend as well. So, a change in the Coupe class. Back to the front. Alexander leading in the 320. Leading the open and leading the whole field. And the gap is now over 3 seconds. That has happened in the last lap alone. There's Berry doing the chasing. So this is another one where the order of the championship reflects the order on track. So Ross Alexander looking to extend his lead in the championship over Stephen Berry. Back to the Coupers. Langley, Truman, Clark. Will there be more changes? Into the final 60 seconds. We may get one more lap. Let's see when they cross over. That's Trundle in the number 41. Behind him, Wright, they are in the 53 and the 56 respectively. And they will race all the way towards the line. Also behind them, I think it was Sawyer in the 29. So back to the top then. And will he cross the finish line, or will this be the final lap? He's going to cross it after 0 seconds. The checkered flag is out. This is the final lap. That's it done. Ross Alexander, second on the grid, takes a win in the Open and the overall. Stephen Berry was your pole sitter by 100th of a second, however pipped around about the halfway mark and then just couldn't catch Ross Alexander. Hewitt wins class, was also leader qualified in that class too, the 53 and the 56s. Blackwell likewise wins class. Heatley and Newton Berry will, let's see as they cross the line first of all, will be no change of order. Newton Derby, sorry I said Newton Berry there, Newton Derby in the 12th, third place in class. So still one more class winner to decide, that's in the Coopers. Langley, Clark and Truman look towards, I think Clark and Truman had switched places actually the last time we saw them. Sawyer crosses, and here we go. Here are our Cooper classes to round out our final winners of the day, and it will be in the car number 42, Andy Langley. Second place, Neil Clark from third on the grid to second, and then Daniel Truman will take up third place on the podium in our C class. It's all our winners over the line, a couple of more just to finish off racing, and the rest will roll round into the pit lane for the final time today. That is 8 races completed. There'll be 12 tomorrow, hopefully in this sunshine too. Let's get confirmation of those results then. It was a battle of the opens at the top, wasn't it? Ross Alexander taking Stephen Berry for a 1-2. Freddie Hewitt in the 56 is ahead of 53, Zach Blackwell, Charles Heatley and Charlie Newton Darby. Then Gary Papworth second in class ahead of Ben Trundley and Sophie Wright. Paul Sawyer fifth in class. Then the Coopers, Andy Langley, Neil Clark and Dan Truman. A great battle right at the end there we got to witness, which was a joy. Then Lee Campbell, fastest lap of the race, a 1:29 by Alexander. Should see one more set of results. No, we've got a few cars. We want to get down to James as soon as possible, so he will be waiting by very shortly, hopefully. So we're going to James Roberts for one more time today, and then come back to myself. So I think James is ready with a few of our drivers for the final time today. Down to you, James.
Another epic mini race here at Thruxton. I'm going to interrupt the celebrations. I'm really sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry. So awfully, dreadfully, terribly sorry. Ross, hello. You've just won first, best, on top of the world. Is that how you're feeling right now?
That's how I'm feeling, on top of the world. No, I'm happy, mate. That was one of the hardest races I've had.
I mean, I'm not saying it's you mean, but you do genuinely look exhausted. Is it really that hard wrestling these cars around the track?
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Especially now that it's dried up, we're pushing the cars to the absolute limits, and especially with Steve behind me, I had to push beyond where I thought the car was capable of. But Sussex Road and Race has set up such an amazing car, so no, I'm so proud of myself, with the team, with the car. Everything's been amazing, good weekend, so hopefully we can take it into the next couple of races.
Well, look, you say pushing the cars to the absolute limits. I mean, we've seen that 3 mechanical retirements that we saw coming in down here in Parc Fermé. So the fact you're able to get this thing to the finish is pretty impressive as well as getting on top of the podium. Sorry.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, people I can thank for that are Sussex Road and Race. Obviously, my mum and dad for supporting me.
Are they just behind me?
Well, my dad's there, my mum's actually at home. So
dad's filming us, isn't he? So we'll wave at him. Girlfriend? Oh,
the girlfriend.
Oh, there we go. Some big supporters. Everyone's here. Should we get them all on camera for you? No. Wow, no. Big time. Actually, Dad, come over quickly. Dad, are you happy with how he drove today?
Oh, very happy. I mean, it's been a long, hard road. You know, the past couple of years has just been one thing after another. So it felt like, and for him to come first in his third race of the season, it's just amazing, really. I mean, he did it at Brands Hatch, and Stephen did really well at Castle Coombe the last few races, but hopefully he can carry it forward to the next 2 races tomorrow. and get first place as well, hopefully.
I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will. Right, whoa, track commentary have got in there before me, but that's absolutely fine. We're going to try and have a word now with Stephen Berry. Stephen, I'm going to start this by saying I absolutely love the coupe. I think it's great. I think it looks fantastic in this livery as well. It looked fantastic out on the circuit. Was it fantastic to drive today?
It was good right way till he passed me. I was enjoying it right up until that point.
Well, I mean, talk to me about the race then, about the overall feeling. You must be pleased still with the car's performance.
Yeah, the car was fantastic. The front end was starting to wash away from me, really, pushing a bit too hard on the tyres, and I could feel that the lap time was starting to come down as Ross was starting to close in on me. And then as you're overdriving it, I was starting to then back up in towards the second position. So he had a bit of a naughty kiss on the back end, which I'll have a word with him about when we're back.
You're sending the bill for the polishing, weren't you, in the teacup?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it was racing, innit? But yeah, he got past me, and I couldn't live with him once he started pulling away. The car was just not there. I've just got to have a tweak with some settings, see if I can get that front end grip back.
Well, look, 2 more races this weekend. Do you think you'll be able to easily bump yourself up to the top step?
I'm going to try my very best.
You're going to try your very best. Well, I'll leave you to it. I'll let you enjoy your celebrations. I'm going to try and find our 3rd place overall finisher, Freddie Hewitt, and his lovely number 5. There he is. Freddie, first of all, congratulations. You're finishing 3rd overall, but I'll say this now for the camera and everyone at home, 1st in class. So not only podium overall, but you led your class. You must also be on top of the world right now.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I'm not sure how the fastest laps worked in that race, which makes a big difference for us because of the 6 points. So it means if you come second and get fastest lap, it's the same as a win. So sometimes it's just as easy to do that. But hopefully we got the fastest lap, which means we extended our championship lead a bit as well, which would be good.
Can you talk to us about how the cars felt this weekend? I mean, obviously the track is completely different. It could not be more different to how it was at 9 o'clock this morning, and it will be completely different again tomorrow.
Handling wise, the car's been great. We've got a few electrical gremlins currently, which means it drops in and out of power sort of inconsistently. So we need to have a look at that over the evening and see what's going on with it.
Is that an easy fix? I know electrical gremlins on these minis particularly are not very easy fixes, but is it something that you're confident you'll be able to sort out overnight?
It'll be a matter of chucking some parts at it and see if they fix it. I think that's it. That's what we can go with.
It's as simple as that. Well, I'll let you enjoy the celebrations because you should celebrate this evening either way, as well as trying to get everything sorted. Let's see who else we can kind of grab here, because this is brilliant. This is the only clubman on the grid, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not mistaken. And I know lots of people hate it, but I absolutely love the design of the club, and I think it's absolutely fantastic. If Gary Papworth is anywhere, I should definitely try and grab him to talk to him about it, as every other racer seems to walk away with me. Gary, do you know where Gary is? No, Marshall doesn't know. Do you know where Gary is?
No, thank you.
No, you don't know where Gary is either. That's absolutely fine. Gary? So we just... Gary, where's Gary? That's the one. He's the other end.
Gary!
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 Gary! He's in trouble. We'll just go with he's in trouble. That's why we've got him. Sorry, Gary. Bad news. You're in big trouble. That's why we brought you over. No, you're not in big trouble at all. Don't worry. Look how scared he was. No, I actually want to bring you over because I love the Clubman.
Good.
I think it's a fantastic car, and it's great to see you racing in one. How is it compared to all of these little hatches and the coupes?
Well, I own an R53 as well. That's turbocharged, and that feels very twitchy. This feels quite planted. So yeah, I'm still getting to grips with it because I've just had a power upgrade. So. But yes, it's going well.
It's good. Well, I mean, it looks like you're having a lot of fun out there. I mean, they're incredibly well-built cars, actually, the Clubman. I know Minis haven't got the most reliable of reputations, but it's a pretty sturdy beast, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's got the same underpinnings of the R56, the hatchback. So, yeah, it's basically the same car, but obviously a state car. So, yeah.
And how are you feeling ahead of the races tomorrow? I mean, we don't know exactly how conditions are going to be. It's probably going to be just as windy, and my hair will suffer just as much. But what do you think we're in store for tomorrow?
Forecast says a bit of rain, so that could make things a bit interesting. But
do we like the rain?
Personally, no.
Good answer. I'll back you on that.
But yeah, we'll give it a best shot tomorrow. So yeah.
Well, look, the main thing is I hope you enjoy it, and I hope I keep getting to see this wonderful car drive around the rest of the season. Are you going to do much more this season?
We've got 2 more rounds to do, one at Donington and one up at Croft, so I shall be at both of those. So yeah.
Excellent. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it tear up those tracks as well. And I'm just looking around to see what other drivers I could possibly grab. There's lots of people sort of hiding inconspicuously around the sides. Lots of people talking to marshals as well. John, we're just going to take a sort of walk down to the back here because there's some guys that are just having a conversation at the car. So, you know, I'm just going to... Sorry, lads, I'm going to interrupt your tea time talk. We're gonna wrap up actually now on air. You're going to help me with that bit. So can you sum up the racing today at Thruxton in one word?
Great.
Great?
Yeah, exciting, yeah.
Great and exciting. Well, look, if you needed any more convincing to join us for more racing at Thruxton tomorrow, it's been great, it's been exciting, it's been an absolute blast, so make sure you tune in again tomorrow. But for now, good night.
Thank you very much, James, for all your hard work down in the paddock, Parc Fermé and the pits today. Great to hear from so many drivers. Thank you to everybody for joining us online. If you want to join us again tomorrow, which I hope you do, we are go live from first races at 10:45, but we've got a grid walk before that. And if I know Pointy, he will be on that grid walk. So from around about 10 o'clock onwards, make sure you're concentrating on the BARC TV channel. A big thank you to all of our camera people behind the scenes who you never get to see, but they do some sterling work. And particularly to our marshals here at the side of the track, the best in the world, the British Marshals, and they had plenty of tidying up today to do as well. So enjoy the rest of your evening. Come back tomorrow. If you live anywhere near Thruxton, it's the convoy on the plane. There's something for everyone. It is not just motorsport. Bring the entire family down. Have a great day here in Hampshire. So we will see you tomorrow from about 10 o'clock onwards. Don't go too far. Have a great evening. Enjoy the football.